before we proceed, I would like to remind delegates of the rules relating to virtual and hybrid meetings and sittings. In particular, rules 21, 22, 23 of Rule 103, which provides as follows: that a hybrid sitting constitutes a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that delegates in the hybrid sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that for purposes of the quorum, all delegates who are logged onto the virtual platform shall be considered present. That delegates must switch on their videos if they want to speak. That delegates should ensure that the microphones on their gadgets are muted and must always remain muted unless they are permitted to speak. That all delegates in the chamber must connect to the virtual platform as well as insert their cards to register on the chamber system. That delegates who are physically in the chamber must use the floor microphones. That all delegates may participate in the discussion through the chat room. In addition, I would like to remind delegates that the interpretation facility is active. Permanent delegates, members of the executive, special delegates, and SALGA representatives on the virtual platform are requested to ensure that the interpretation facility on their gadgets are properly activated to facilitate access to the interpretation services. So permanent delegates, special delegates, SALGA representatives, and members of the executive in the chamber should use the interpretation gadgets on their desks to access the interpretation facilities. Honorable delegates, in accordance with the Council Rule 2291, there will be no notices of motion or motions without notice. Allow me at this point to indicate as follows, that before we proceed to questions, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the Minister from the Economic Cluster, specifically the Minister in the Presidency responsible for electricity, the Minister of Tourism, the Minister for Transport, as well as the permanent delegates, MSCs, and all special delegates to the House. Welcome, ministers. Welcome. Thank you very, very much. Further, I would like to remind delegates that in terms of Rule 229 of the Council rules, the time for reply to ministers, by the ministers to a question is 5 minutes. So the time, Honorable Khai, if I reply by ministers to a question is 5 minutes. Only 4 supplementary questions are allowed per question. A member who has asked the initial question will be the first to be afforded an opportunity to ask a supplementary question. The time for asking a supplementary question is 2 minutes. The time for reply to a supplementary question is 4 minutes. The supplementary question must emanate from the initial question. Just to remind members, so that we all at the same level, same understanding on the issue. Honorable members, the first question is question 87. This question is on severity and or frequency of load shedding. The question has been asked by Honorable Khai and is directed to the Minister in the Presidency for electricity. So I'll ask the Honorable Namukupa to please come forward and speak from the podium on my left. Honorable Minister.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon to members of the House, and thank you very much for the questions. I just need to state that all of our actions are within the framework of the Energy Action Plan, as announced by the President in July of 2022. The Energy Action Plan has got 5 outcomes. The first one is to ensure that we fix ESCOM and improve the energy availability factor, essentially the efficiency of the units that are installed at ESCOM. The second one is around an accelerated effort to galvanize private sector investments in the space, and this is reflected in our efforts to remove the ceiling with regards to embedded generation. The third one is around the accelerated procurement of various energy sources outside thermal power. And here we're talking about the multiple bid windows as managed by the Minister of DMRE. And then the fourth one is the accelerated rollout of rooftop solar to ensure that there's behind the meter interventions. And over a period of time, we can introduce a dispensation for feed-in tariff, which will relieve pressure on the fiscus. And the fifth intervention is around the reforms, and those reforms have to do with the dismembering of ESCOM into 3 entities, namely generation, transmission, and distribution. For purposes of providing relief in relation to the winter period, the following actions consistent with the Energy Action Plan will be rolled out. The first one is around the exploitation of our open cycle gas turbines to provide immediate relief. And of course, it comes at great cost. And that cost is about us burning the diesel at Grootgeluk and also Ankerleg. And I think that the computation of the cost should be juxtaposed with what is the cost to the South African economy if we are not to make this intervention. Then the third one is around an accelerated procurement of emergency power. And in this instance, we are foreseeing that the existing technologies that makes it possible for us to connect to the grid as soon as possible present a pristine opportunity for us to be able to resolve load shedding. The third one is around demand side management. The households on average consume about 16.1% of installed capacity. At peak, they could consume up to 35%. And we know that ESCOM had run this program in 2010. It was able to yield about 3,000 megawatts of saving. Just to put it into context, is saving 3 stages of load shedding. So what we are seeking to do is to create a financing and blended facility to make it possible for poor households to benefit from this exercise. And then there's also the pursuance of opportunities to deliver energy from neighboring countries where they've got excess capacity, and we are convinced that there are opportunities on the Mozambican side, and the minister will be seized with that responsibility. On the massive rollout of rooftop solar, yes, like I said, we are creating a dispensation to allow for poor households, less affluent, to access this facility, in addition to the incentives that have been offered by the Minister of Finance, so that there's an equitable distribution of these renewable energy sources such as battery storage. And then we'll be working also with private sector entities, in particular, your big developers, so that we can be able to install rooftop solar on their roofs, because they present an immediate opportunity. And like I said, we are also working on an initiative to ensure that there's a feed-in tariff. And then the last one on red tape, the point to be made here is that there's a concerted effort in government to ensure that we address the issues of red tape, and in fact, we have red carpet for investors. And this includes, amongst others, the introduction of the red tape czar in the office of the president to ensure that there is an orchestrated and organized approach for us to be able to address all of red tape across all of government. But also in addition to that, there's Operation Vulindlela that looks at addressing some of the constraints in the system, issues around environmental impact assessment, truncating that process, and the issues around water use licenses. And those are receiving attention to help us to be able to address the energy situation in the country. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Minister. Welcome back, Honorable Khai. Your question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And firstly, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all honorable members and the staff for the prayers. It's good to be back. God is good. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and also congratulations on your appointment as the Minister. My question is that the improvement of the energy availability factor is one of the important mechanisms to assist in ending load shedding. What processes are in place to increase the energy availability factor, and what is the progress this far? Thank you very much.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Just to say that the energy availability factor really talks to the improvement of the efficiency of the plants and the reliability. Just for the record, ESCOM has got about 14 coal-powered power stations, plus one that is nuclear, and a number of peaking plants in the country. Coal contributes about 80% of generation, so it's indispensable to the resolution of the energy crisis in the country. The current efficiency levels of these plants is sitting at 53%, and the ESCOM board has approved a strategy that intends to improve the performance of this installed capacity in the current financial year to 60%. So you add another 7 percentage points. And if you come to think of it, 1% increase equates to close to about 450 megawatts. Just to give you a sense, the entire municipality of Nelson Mandela Bay, I think, consume about 520 megawatts, so that you have an appreciation of the proportions and the scale that is involved there. So if you use that computation, so 7 percentage point increase is equivalent to about 2,800 megawatts. So in terms of the current balance of how we understand the issues of unmet demand, this amounts to about 3 megawatts to 3 stages of load shedding. So what are we doing to address it? The first one is to ensure that we're able to exploit the dispensation that has been created by the Minister of Finance that makes it possible for ESCOM to be able to invest in the maintenance of the assets, including the repurposing of this plan. So that 254 billion rand of fiscal relief will make it possible for us to invest in these power plants, because the nature of the underperformance is primarily on the back of underinvestment. The second one is to ensure that we redesign the procurement dispensation in the context of the crisis. Some of the delays that we are experiencing in returning the units to operation once they've been removed, what in technical terms we call outage slips, they account to close to 2,800 megawatts, about 3 stages of load shedding. So we're failing to meet the promise to return these units on time. And that is on account of the fact that ESCOM has got to go through a third party to be able to procure the parts. So what we want to introducing is that the ESCOM must go directly to the original equipment manufacturer. In that way, we're able to truncate the process and return the unit back into operation. And then the third one is around improving the coal quality. There's over 1,000 megawatts that is logged as a result of poor coal quality. That is the calorific value of the coal that undermines the burning rate and therefore the efficiency, and also increases the emissions level. So we're designing a dispensation that will make it possible for ESCOM to be able to track in good quality coal so that we're able to unlock that 1,000 megawatts plus. And then the fourth one is to address the issues of rampant corruption. There's work stream number 6 at the National Energy Crisis Committee that is just focused on the fight against corruption. As and when we encounter it, we escalate it, and we're impressed about the kind of progress that we're making. And then the last one amongst the many is to ensure that we increase, if you like, the incentives. We're able to retain the kind of skills that are required to bolster our efforts to improve the performance of this plant, including drawing in private sector expertise to work with the management at ESCOM at the plant level. Thanks, SP.
Thank you very much, Minister. The second supplementary question comes from Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you very much and welcome to the NCOP, Honorable Minister. It's your first time round and you've graced this house and we respect it. Minister, you have indicated that you have many plans. And one of these plans to combat load shedding in the short term is to ramp up the use of open cycle gas turbines to fill the supply shortfall. Projections are that such a strategy will utilize all of ESCOM's full proposed diesel budget for the financial year. And unfortunately, you are a one-man ministry with no budget currently and with a lack of staff. Can you tell us where will ESCOM get the money to fire up its OCGTs for the rest of the financial year when its diesel budget gets used up during the winter months? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Member Boshoff, and the warm words of welcome. Just to say that we only have one plan and multiple interventions. I think it's an important point to make. And then the question around the open cycle gas turbine, you are absolutely correct. So if you look at how it's going to be financed in the 18% plus tariff increase that the NERSA is approved for ESCOM, there's 8 billion rands that is dedicated towards the purchase of diesel. In the 254 billion rand fiscal relief that the Minister of Finance has extended to ESCOM, there's 22 billion rands that is directed towards the purchase of diesel. Put together, that is 30 billion rands. And you are absolutely correct. At the rate at which we are burning the diesel, we are going to exceed that money. So the question to be asked is not whether the fiscals can afford it. The question to be asked is whether the South African economy can afford it. Let me just journey you on the cost of load shedding on the South African economy. The South African Reserve Bank projects that just one stage of unmet demand translates into 300 billion rand lost on the South African economy, and a contraction of about 5% in GDP. We know that in 2022, we lost upwards of 650,000 jobs as a result of load shedding. And the projection is that at the current rate of load shedding, we are on course to lose about 850,000 plus jobs. We know that farmers can produce, if you look at the total revenue of farmers in the country, 23% of that is generated from activities that requires the supply of quality and uninterrupted supply of electricity. And if that is unmet, farmers have to make upfront capital cost in buying generators. It increases the operational cost. And that's why it is by no accident that the cost of food is going up, I think, over 11%. And the people who are disproportionately affected as a result of food price inflation is the poor, because if you look at the size of the basket in rand value term relative towards their earning, it's prohibitive. So it's important that we're able to protect that. We had a discussion with the major retailers in the country, those are organized under umbrella called the Consumer Council. One of the big retailers in the country indicates that they had to spend upwards of 500 billion rands per annum just on procuring diesel. The operational cost, they are going to pass that to the end consumer. So what is the point I'm making? We have a choice between saving that, I think whatever additional billions is required to run the open cycle gas turbines and save the South African economy, or we choose not to spend those billions and allow the South African economy to collapse. In my view, the math is simple. The computation with regards to the choices are simple. Our principal preoccupation is about saving the South African economy, especially the poor that are disproportionately affected by load shedding. The rich, affluent, middle class, they can buy inverter, solar, battery, but the poor are excluded. It's small businesses in the townships, it's small scale farmers who cannot afford the cost of upfront capital cost requires to maintain these operations that are going to collapse. And we know that small businesses employ up to 60% of the active population labor market in the country. So those are the choices that are facing us. You are absolutely correct, Member Bishop. That comes at a cost to the fiscus, but there's a bigger cost to the South African economy. And our primary intention is to protect the South African economy, and hopefully over time, our efforts will yield the results, and we should be able to get the load shedding out of the way. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. We'll now move on to Honourable PLENARY.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will be taking up Plenary's question today, Chair. Greetings to the House and greetings to the Minister. It's Honorable Makwala, Minister. Minister has previously stated that it will be impossible to end load shedding this year. Yet when the EFF held a shutdown calling for the end of load shedding, Eskom suddenly suspended load shedding, citing an improvement in generation capacity. Why is the minister not able to do what he did over the shutdown for the millions of the poor South Africans who will not be able to afford to keep the lights over the upcoming winter? Thank you, Minister.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member Makwana, for the question. Just to say that the resolution of the demand that far exceeds supply is a detailed engineering science. So it has nothing to do with the multitude of people taking to the streets. It's got everything to do first with the demand. And as we know that what gets to refer to as a shutdown, essentially, people stay away from work has meant that, and of course it coincided with a long weekend. So it means that our peak is not the same. So the peak attenuates because we don't wake up at the same amount of the same time in the morning and exploit, if you like, the issues around appliances and thereby increasing demand. So the peak comes down. And if you look at the performance of the 6 units a week before that, principally these units were able to improve the energy availability factor. So if you come to think of it, demand came down and also generation went up, and therefore there was sufficient supply in the grid. And that's why we're able to avert a situation of load shedding. Remember that load shedding is a technical exercise that the system controller uses to protect the integrity of the grid so that it remains within 50 hertz. You don't have a situation of undersupply of electricity. That's when demand exceeds generation, what we call low frequency, and it also protects it from high frequency when generation exceeds demand. So what he does in an instance where demand exceeds generation, he imposes a condition that denies those who want to use electricity, the electricity they require so that we are able to stabilize the grid. And in common parlance, we refer to that as load shedding. So it's a science that the system operator applies. So it has nothing to do with the action of people outside what we are generating and what the demand is about. But the point that must be driven home, and where I agree with you, I think the sooner we're able to end load shedding, the better. Would want to have ended load shedding yesterday. But if you look at what are some of these technical considerations, I told you the efforts we are making with regards to the winter period so that we don't have elevated levels of load shedding, essentially undermining the continued increase of the severity of load shedding. Over a passage of time, we know the following. The first one is that the 3 units at Kusile are going to come back. These are units that had failed as a result of, if you like, the flue gas desulfurization component that there is released a significant amount of slurry that they set on the chimney, the 210-meter chimney, and it compromised the structural integrity of the chimney. We had to close those units. The Minister of Environment has given us an exemption to have a special dispensation, a temporary measure for us to put those units back without necessarily meeting the emissions requirements. And what have we done? We have engaged all the big players who are able to construct the units at the quality that is required. I think there are two major players in the country, contractors, those have manufacturers, those have been engaged, and they are working on a shift of a 24-hour cycle and 3 shifts. So the day only has 24 hours. They can do 3 shifts, and that's why we can only return the 2,100 megawatts of the 3 units in Kusile in December. And we know that on an accelerated path with regards to emergency procurement, we've got potential of getting another 2,000 plus megawatts. And we know that on the demand side management, we can claw back about 2,500 to 4,000 megawatts. And that's why we are confident that over a passage of time, we should be able to get back this 6,000 megawatts deficit if you look at the summer conditions. And then as we ramp up these efforts, we should be able to protect the economy against the peak demand come next winter of 2024. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Honorable Debray.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Minister, we all know load shedding this winter will be the worst that ever experienced, and we all know that this will have devastating effects on not only households, but especially to the business sector. Companies like Vodacom, for example, are forced to spend hundreds of millions on fuel for generators to keep the business in operation. And Honourable Minister, I do realize you are tasked with to focus on increasing generation capacity. But while this is happening, we must still protect our business sector. So my question would be, besides all the promised plans to increase generation capacity, are there any plans to subsidize or to at least supply fuel at a discounted rate to these businesses to enable them to still operate during load shedding and to do so profitably? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Debray. Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Debray, for that question. I just think for the record, I must state the following. Some of the efforts that we have taken was to engage with the energy intensive users and also engage with the major players in the South African economy and also players that are significant within the ecosystem of energy generation and consumption in the country, including organized business and also organized labor on the generation side. I did have an engagement with the CEOs of all the major telcos in the country, Vodacom, MTN, Cell C, Rain, Telkom included in that conversation. And the intention was to see how best we can ameliorate their condition relative to load shedding. And they did indicate that as an aggregate sector, they are spending close to about 5 billion rand per annum just to make sure that they protect the data centers, the cell phone towers, so that they reduce the rate of drop calls. So what is the point I'm making is that there's a laser focus approach to engage with the various players in the industry. Just last week, Thursday, I was in Gqeberha. First, I went to Buffalo City to meet with Mercedes-Benz, one of the major OEMs in the country. The day after, I went to meet with VW and also to meet with Isuzu in Nelson Mandela Bay. These entities together with Ford, Nissan, or Toyota, I met them under the auspices of NAMSA. Now I'm going to meet them at their firms because we want to find a technical solution working with them on how we can protect the jobs. Remember that these OEMs, they contribute about 4.9% to the GDP. If you look at the entire value chain, they employ up to 430,000 people in the country. If you go to just Nelson Mandela Bay alone, VW and Isuzu, together with those manufacturing companies that they are associated with their value chain, they consume anything between 65% to 70% of energy in that area. So it's important that we have a laser focused approach so that we're able to save jobs. So we're doing a number of things, including going to work with the telcos, just finding alternative energy solutions, including battery storage to make it possible for them to have quality uninterrupted supply of energy outside the generation that is ESCOM. The second one is to look exactly at that proposal that you are making. Remember that the taxes that sits in the cost of fuel did not anticipate that people will be buying fuel to meet the failure of the state to deliver electricity. And there's a road accident fund. I mean, these people are using this just to power, if you like, their energy demand. And we think that there's a justifiable cost and a compelling reason to look at that favorably. We're computing that will go to National Treasury so that there's some degree of rebate. So you can't be charging road accident fund, the levies associated with the construction of road infrastructure, when in fact they are running generators, and it increases the cost of operation. And in some sectors, they'll pass that to the end consumer, and that result in inflation. Absolutely correct, Honorable Boshoff. We're working on that. We have met with all the major farmers. We have met with the health providers in the country, the private health providers, and of course, we are computing the ones in the state and see what is that the dispensation that can be created so that you get to address this situation. The taxes in the fuel, I want to repeat, are meant for you and I when you use the road. There's a cost to using the road, but these ones are just fueling the economy. And I think the state must rethink that. So I'm with them on this one. We're putting together a case. We're making it tomorrow also in cabinet. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll now proceed to question number 81. This question is on roles of ministers. Question is from Honorable Ryder, directed to the Minister. Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Honorable Ryder. So the point to be made here is that it is the President that determines the assignment of functions and responsibilities consistent with the relevant provisions of the Constitution. So we know that the Minister of Public Enterprises is a primary shareholder representative in the SOEs, and in this instance, it has to do with the ESCOM, and he addresses amongst the many, just working with the board as the accounting authority, just the broad strategy orientation of ESCOM, and the need for ESCOM to align with the government policy and its interest going into the future, so that there is asymmetry in what ESCOM is doing and how we see development happening in this country. So essentially, he represents the interest of the shareholder. And then the other significant player in the space is the Minister of Minerals, Resources and Energy, Minister Mantashe. So the relationship with ESCOM there has to do with the fact that first, the Minister of DMRE is a primary custodian of the integrated resource plan, which is really an articulation of three things. First, there is a projected energy demand, and then it articulates where we are going to find the sources to meet this energy demand, and then it computes the unit cost of these sources, and then it puts them into an aggregate and determine what we call the energy mix. And we know that the IRP also, what it does is to ensure that we remain on track in relation to the decarbonization agenda. If you look at its computation, is that the share of renewables is projected to increase exponentially going into the future, whilst the share of thermal power is going to be attenuating, essentially just reaffirming our position with regards to the nationally determined contribution and also the net zero path. So we're not deviating from that. So that's what Minister Mantashe does. So the President, when he appointed the Minister of Electricity, the mandate was to do things. The first one is two things, to address the severity of load shedding, so essentially bring it down to lower stages of load shedding, and then also the frequency. We know in 2021, we had about 75 days of load shedding. In 2022, it grew almost threefold to 2002. And now at the rate at which we are going, we're likely going to surpass the 202 days. And I did tell you much earlier, what is the cost to the South African economy. So essentially the focus is on the generation side. And that's why the Minister of Electricity has got a technical inclination, just an appreciation of what it takes in technical terms to ramp up the production at that level, to understand the value chain and apply a degree of science on how you resolve these problems. You don't resolve them by hunch, by emotion. There's a science that is involved, and you accumulate it over a period of time, and the Minister of Electricity is more than competent to do exactly that. And of course, he coordinates with these two other ministers. And the point to be made there is that once the president makes his a determination on the roles and responsibilities, that will become clearer, but we are not folding our arms. We have already said these are the interventions that are required to provide some degree of relief going into winter, and that is supported by science. And I did excavate what those features are on the demand side management, the issues around how best do you improve the energy availability factor, and the issues around improving, if you like, the kind of skills that are required, the issues around supply chain, what are these big components that have got a long lead time, so we need to plan for outage. Outage planning must be improved so that we're able to obviate a situation of outage slips. Outage slips essentially is our failed promise to return the units at the time that we promised to return them. As I stand before you today, there's 2,800 megawatts of outage sleep. So there's essentially 3 stages of load shedding that is on account of the inability of the station managers to return the units at the time that they had promised. And then the issues of overlaps, of course, will be avoided once the president makes that articulation. I'm more than confident that the president will do that ASAP as he applies his mind, which is rightfully his constitutional obligation. We are hard at work to ensure that we are able to address this situation. We are coordinating our efforts, myself, Minister Mantashe, Minister Godan, and also to some extent, Minister Godongwana, for purposes of fiscal relief, the kind of conditions that are attached to the fiscal relief, and those should allow us to address the energy situation. Thanks.
Thank you very much. First supplementary question, Honorable Ryder.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks, Minister. Minister, I think you'll agree with me that 3 ministers giving instructions to one entity is pretty much an untenable situation. Now, the Minister of Public Enterprises once told us to join the dots. Now, if I look at all of the entities under public enterprises and see the failure of each of them, when I join the dots, it produces a big arrow pointing directly at Minister Gordon. Now, it's clear as well that Minister Mantashe is reluctant to give you any authority in the area that he controls, and his hold over the president is much stronger than yours. However, you, sir, are the one who's been appointed as the Minister of Electricity, with a focus on solving the load shedding crisis, as you've told us. Minister, will you advocate for Eskom to be shifted into your department or into the Department of Minerals, Resources and Energy? Or do you not want Eskom now that it has been hollowed out by corruption and state capture? Thank you.
Right, Minister.
Thank you very much for the question. Just to indicate that I'm not a junior minister, so that's one. They say there's nothing in the Constitution that attaches hierarchy to ministers. The second one is that my presence is not ornamental. I bring significant amount of technical skills in addition to my political prowess. I think that should be placed out there. And then the second one is I'm not aware of any hold that any minister has on the president. The president is his own man, of course, the president of both the country and the governing party, and the president, well, as and when he deems it fit, makes those determination. I'm not the one to prescribe to the president on whether this or that entity should report to me. The president will make that determination as he sees it fit, but the president did extend an invitation to both myself, Minister Godan, and Minister Mantashe under one roof, so that we get to coordinate, if you like, what our interventions are working together. I think our primary focus is to resolve the load shedding question. We understand that there is some degree of urgency in fact, is an emergency situation. It's an existential problem of economic proportions. So I think it's something that requires our collective attention. Like I said, we are transfixed on the resolution of this problem. So the president will make that determination on as to who must be responsible for which function. But I did say that where we are at the level of coordination, I've been given scope to engage and work with ESCOM on the technical side, the revitalization of these units that are underperforming, and we have presented a plan that is thoroughly considered, that it's co-sponsored by ESCOM. And we did take it through the structures of NCOP, sponsored by myself, Minister Gordon and Minister Mantashe, just to illustrate the degree and level of coordination at that level. We will await for the president to make that determination, but I think that the country is a bit impatient. The country is aggrieved about load shedding for justifiable reasons, and we're addressing that with the degree of agency that is required. Like I said, I think that we're dealing with an emergency situation that requires an extraordinary effort, that is coordinate. The whole of government must make an effort, and we are doing that, working with the three ministers, as the president will be at the right time making a determination with regards to the allocation of responsibilities. Thank you.
Very much. Second supplementary question comes from Honorable Mamara Khan.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. For Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, for your response to the question. Honorable Minister, is there anything that is currently hampering the minister in executing your responsibility, and what is the level of support from other departments and entities? Thank you.
Minister.
Yeah, Mutompe Ramamarani ka Butswele, which is Kenya country, sorry. Renari wetra pilivia na rematona mararu. Letona la mtakase, letona la DPE, letona la mineral resources, resumisa na mo country, sorry. Rarola na lebo tata violo ure mekapil. Reatse baga stokwa iwa babare. Tauja toka sabuga di sitwa kinare toja. So my trapilware na ilem President Ramaphosa. Honor taloseja wararo viare naure. My carabulare na itchanejo country, sorry. Resumisa ne mo country, sorry. Rarola botata viao feta mutakasi, chumisia mutakasi. Elori nyinyi faja lo nyaja. Hodisho ya munono ya naga ya burina. Ikamore wana winchiga watu waborena bashumi. Rebona borakwe di toropo ncento kwana di toropo nce kholo ba tswalela. Era ore winchiga watu waborena. Maloko a setšhaba ba bolaya ke tala ka lebaka la ntho re e bitsa gore ke load shedding ke ra ona o tlhoke ya motlakase. And rena re le boetra pele re a twisisa ka botalo gore ntho ke sello sa batho ka moka. So re tshwanetse o tšea magato a go kgontisa re rarolla mathata. So re re ola re tsena mariheni re tlo rarolla bothata bjo ka matsapa a mmalwanyana. Sa mathomo go kgontisa re ntho ye nngwe le nngwe e šomisang motlakase re kgona go šomisana le bona. Rata ka o kgontisa re ba ise fase kelo ya bona ya tšhomišo ya motlakase gore nyakego ya motlakase e kgone go ba fase gore e re o feta motlakase o kgone gore o thege ikonomi ya borena. Sa bobedi re tlo kgontisa gore re tlo kitimisa dilo tše re di bitsang gore ke emergency procurement. Re khumane motlakase ka bokopana ka nako e ntokwana gore e kgone gore e tsene mo ikonoming ya borena, batho ba borena ba ska bana le mari a tlo ba bothoko. Sa boraro go kgontisa gore we feta metlakase e ko di station tša ESCOM tše lesomenne re šomisana le boetrapele bja ESCOM go kgontisa gore ka mokgwa o di šomago ka gona di kgone go šoma ka botalo ka mokgwa e leng gore di dirilwe ka gona. Re a tseba rana bjale ke apa le lena tšhomišo ya tšona is about 53%, diperesente tša masomethano-tharo. Re nyaka o isa godimo e be diperesente tše ka bang masometshela go kgontisa gore re rarolla mathata a batho ba borena. So I want to say, Honorable Mama Rekhane, that we're working very closely as a close-knit, collaborating, coordinated transfixed on the resolution of this problem. So the issues around the friction, turf wars, it's something that exists in the public domain. It's a construction of other players in the public domain. Myself, Minister Mantashe and Godan are focused on the resolution of this matter. Of course, we'll get guidance from the president on how best we should these responsibilities, constitutional or legal responsibilities will be assigned as the president applies his mind. We are continuing with this effort because there's a greater level of appreciation that the economy is hemorrhaging. We are losing jobs, GDP is contracted, and our ability to deliver basic services, our quest to achieve universal access is going to be severely undermined by load shedding. And anything that we envisage of a future South Africa gets to be throttled by our inability to provide the electricity at the right quality and at the right quantity such that is uninterrupted. So transfixed on the resolution of that problem. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. The third supplementary question comes from Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister. Since taking office, being directly under the presidency, and in accordance with his defined role to solve the issues of load shedding and accessibility to electricity in South Africa, Honorable Minister, would you say currently you are technically working to minimize load shedding or to stop load shedding? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Yes, we're working on that. And I think the point to be made is that there's a lag in how you begin to see these efforts. And I did say at the inception of the question and reply session that I'm simply working within the parameters of the Energy Action Plan as unveiled by President Ramaphosa in July of 2022. So I'm not introducing a new plan, we're simply accelerating, adding momentum, but also expanding on some of the implementation that is required so that we're able to see the results. I did make the point that conservatively in the country, we've got about 8 million geysers. And if you come to think that households consume about 16% of installed capacity, and at peak, they could be consuming about 35%, and about 35% of that peak consumption, 30% of the 35% at peak consumption is largely your geysers. And that's why we're accelerating the need for us to be able to install gadgets, telemetrics to ensure that we put them on the geysers and we're able to remotely control the use of geysers. And we know that even if there's a period of 3 to 4 hours of no electricity that is fed into the geyser, but the water still remains warm. So we think that we can claw back, like I said, anything between 2,500 megawatts to 4,000 megawatts. But by my own admission, we'll not be able to reach all the 8 million geysers, if you like, in the next 6 months. It's going to take us a bit of time for us to address that. But what we are going to do is to first focus on areas of concentrated consumption. What do we know? We know that the most number of households in the country are located in Gauteng with the highest density. So by that, I mean, if you go to Gauteng compared with the other jurisdictions in the country, you've got the highest presence of, if you like, density housing. So once you get into this area of dense housing, you are able to attack, if you like, a number of units, and then you should be able to address that situation. It's my first time in the House, and when I came to the House, the Chief Whip says I must maintain the decorum of the House. I will not respond to that, but I'm more than competent to obliterate any effort to undermine my standing here. I will not allow it, and it won't start today. Apologies for that, Chair. And it's to say that we are able to resolve that question. And Gauteng is responsible for 10,000 megawatts of the installed capacity of 44,000 megawatt is concentrated in Gauteng. It gives us the highest return. If you look at the Pareto principles, is that you make 20% effort for 80% return. And that's why we are making those efforts going forward. And I know that the great levels of frustration and the clamoring comes from the fact that they can see now that we are going to resolve load shedding. Remember that load shedding was going to be the principal armor going into the elections to undermine the governing party. We'll be able to resolve it. And when people are discomfort, the area of disquiet, and then they are beginning to do that as we forgive you for interruption. So yes, we are going to make that effort going into the future. And like I said, no amount of harassment will undermine our ability to resolve load shedding. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We, yeah, you know what this cover here, order, honorable members. Now, there's no need for me to use that all the time. Honorable Mutsamai.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo a re ko go nke, Minister. In the light of crippling power cuts, which the country has had to live with, which steps of intervention has the minister taken in order to manage the conflict and power struggle which exists between yourself and the Minister of Energy? I thank you.
Minister.
No, thank you very much. I did respond to the question earlier on most comprehensively. I did say that the idea of the apparent existence of a conflict is a public narrative that is constructed somewhere. I did indicate what they constitute our duties and responsibilities. Let me repeat myself. So the first one is that the Minister of DMRE is a mandate holder from a policy point of view. So what it does is a principal custodian on the electricity side. Of course, the portfolio is bigger than electricity, has to do with the energy and minerals. But just on the small component of electricity, honorable member, is that the Minister Mantashe is a principal custodian of the integrated resource plan. So he will determine what is the mix of the energy generation. So there's battery storage, there's PV, there's hydro, there's nuclear, and there's thermal power in the form of a coal-fired power station. So he makes those determination consistent with the IRP. And as and when we look for new generation, we go to the DMRE to say there's time now to release the next bid window. And how he releases the bid windows, the share of the power that will be generated by various technologies. He looks at what the IRP says and says that the following will come from renewable, the following will come from wind, the following will come from nuclear, so on and so forth. He runs that process and they get to a stage where you have a preferred bidder status. Once we get to that preferred bidder status, that person or the developers will be working with the Minister of Electricity to ensure that we are producing the electrons, to ensure that we are able to evacuate the electrons. So what is the point I'm making is that the principal policy holder remains DMRE, and at an execution level with regards to sources of generation is the Minister of Electricity. Minister Godan is the principal custodian of the state interest in the various SOE, what we call the shareholder representative, looking at issues of governance, issues of oversight, the overall strategy of ESCOM, whether that is consistent with our aspiration of a developmental society and the ability for us to achieve universal access. And of course, there will be concurrence. Of course, the executive authority is the board. So Minister Godan oversees that. But at a practical level, every day on the issues of generation is the Minister of Electricity. The point you have is what I acknowledge, the point you are making, what I acknowledged earlier on, is that the president, once he makes that pronouncement, then it makes accountability easier, so that when I come here, those questions will be pointed directly at my domain of responsibility as it would have been determined by the president. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, we will now proceed to question number 88. This question is on factors driving load shedding. Factors driving load shedding. The question is from Honorable Mushodi, and is directed to the minister. I know that Honorable Mushodi is not here, and Honorable Muimang is supposed to make the follow-up. Minister?
No, thank you very much, Chair. Thanks to Honorable Mushodi in her absence. Of course, I did make the point that if you move from one station to the other, actually makes that observation on what I call the diagnostic analysis. So we're able to examine what are the attendant factors as you move from one station to the other on the challenges of load shedding. I do say that they are variable from one station to the other. But I want to just surface what are the transversal issues, and some of which I had stated earlier on. So the first one, like I said, is the underperformance of the various units. We've got about 81 units in this 14 coal-fired power station, and this has to do with the multiplicity of reasons. The first one I did say is about the outage, lack of outage planning resulting in outage slips, our inability to return the units back on service as we had promised. So that has to do with the fact that when we take out the units in relation to planned capability loss factor, or if you like, planned maintenance, you find that the spares are not available, they are not ready in the workshop, and therefore it takes an inordinate amount of time for us to return the units. But we also know that has a relationship with the speed with which head office releases funds for the various power stations to procure the parts so that they are available as and when they pull out the units. I made the point earlier on that accounts for a significant proportion of load shedding, up to stage three stages of load shedding. And the second one is to ensure that we begin to address the issues of coal quality, especially in what we call the cost plus mines. What is a cost plus mine? These are mines that services power stations that are constructed at their mouth, essentially closer to source, and generally the coal is delivered through a conveyor belt. So you don't have opportunities there of cartels undermining the quality of the coal. But what we know is that with the cost plus mines, ESCOM has got an obligation to invest in the expansion of those mines so that we get to mine new areas that give us good quality coal. If you go to the existing cost plus mine, we have over mined an area, and as a result of that, we are drawing out the poor quality coal. That quality coal does a number of things. First, the calorific value is down. If the calorific value is down, it's undermining the burn rate. If the burn rate is down, it undermines the efficiency of the plant, and therefore you are not able to realize the installed capacity of the plant. So there are losses that are associated with the unit being on load. And then fourth, what it does, it damages the components, especially a boiler tube, resulting in boiler tube leaks, and therefore you have to close the unit to fix the boiler tube unit. So there's a multiplicity of areas of failure as a result of poor coal. I did make the point, if you improve the quality of coal, you can unlock an additional 1,200 megawatts of additional energy. So that as a result of improving the efficiency. What are we doing to address that is to ensure that we are able to track in coal in the interim from sources that give us the coal of the calorific value that within the design parameters of that unit, and we're able to exploit them to improve the efficiency, and it also has got implications on reduced emissions level. On the procurement side, the first one I mentioned, what are we doing about it? I did say we're removing the middlemen because we're faced with a crisis as a country. We go straight to the original equipment manufacturer, and they're the ones who will give us the equipment, including the installation of such equipment. The third area that we are addressing going into the future is to address the presence of cartels, corruption there. Like I said, we have, if you like, work stream number 6 that is supporting the Minister of Electricity at the National Electricity Crisis Committee. Is focused on just fighting crime, corruption, and safety. Is led by reputable and highly decorated generals in both the SSA and also the South African Police Service. I think 3 months into the life, we have brought down, if you like, the number of reported incidents from 60 to 25. At the time that I checked, the last time, I think there were about 14 arrests, and we are beginning to see the results. So we leave that to the experts. We'll focus on the issues around the technical aspects. And then the other one is to ensure that we are able to draw from the private sector expertise. Nothing replaces experience. So it's important that we are able to support the existing management with the necessary experience, even from retired engineers and technical people. They'll be able to transpose that experience, and the effects will be seen in the improvement on the energy availability factor, and also in helping the existing management to be able to meet, if you like, their performance indicators. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Mwima.
Thank you, National Chairperson of the Council of Province. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister. The starting point is to indeed welcome you. Your maiden appearance in the NCOP. Indeed, the responses that you have given covers me sufficiently. As you have correctly pointed out that in your response, you were able to do that. But there's one additional point that I just want to deposit to the minister. The minister will have a discretion as to whether to respond now or to respond later. The issue of the capacity of the high voltage line that evacuate power from the IPPs in the Northern Cape where it is needed has been identified as an area of concern. The second point relates to the lack of battery storage facility in the Northern Cape to be able to store this power that is generated throughout the day. And it's an area that also I suspect could be a contributory factor to the issue of load shedding. Is the minister in a position to also lobby his colleagues to ramp up the capacity of the high voltage line and also the battery storage facility in the Northern Cape, so that we don't have to be in this situation? I know that has also been an issue around the politics of the skewed construction of the high voltage line from Upington to Western Cape, instead of beefing up the transmission line from Upington to Gauteng. Like as I said, the minister can respond, failing which we can get that in writing. Thank you, Minister.
Yes, Minister.
No, thank you very much. Just to say that if you had to look at the profile of generation and demand in the country, you will see that, of course, there are multiple sources. There's what we call base load, essentially is thermal power, if you like, fossil fuels, and it is also nuclear power. That's what gives you base load, and gas. That's what gives you base load. And then there's PV. There's the storage technology such as battery and also pump stations, and then pumps storage, and then there's PV. So if you look at the profile, PV gives you starts to generate the electrons from about 8:30 in the morning, and it ends at about 4:30 in the afternoon. So essentially, PV is absent at the periods of the peak, so it doesn't help you to resolve issues of peak demand. So it's important that for you as you roll out the PV, you must pay it with some storage capacity, and that storage capacity, the technologies that we know is battery storage and also pump storage. And also what do we know about battery storage is that their design life, of course, technology will continue to improve. Their design life is about 20 years, and they give you you need 50 million rands per megawatts as you construct that battery storage. What we do know about pump, although pump takes you up to 8 years to construct, what pump does is a few things. The first one is that it gives you about is 30 million rands per megawatt. And we know that the life of pump storage is about 70 to 80 years. So this is 20 years. And then also pump storage performs another function in addition to the need for it to produce during a peak. It provides what we call water balance. At the period of what you call day zero here in Cape Town, the reason how we've been able to move water from areas of surplus to areas of deficit, we're using pump storage. So those are things that are not articulated in the public domain. What's the point I'm making? Battery storage, PV, for it to best approximate what we call the base load, it's going to have to be paired with battery. And we know that everywhere in the world, there is no single country in the world, doesn't exist, whose if you like, base load is on renewables. Renewables exist and thrive on the redundancy of thermal power and nuclear. That's the first one. And now if you look at the configuration of transmission in the country, is that 70%, over 70% of the load consumption is in the north. And also over 88% of thermal power production is in the north. And that's why you've got the concentration of a grid in that area. As I speak to you now, the Western Cape, Eastern Cape, and also and Northern Cape, there's no grid capacity. There's a lot of renewable power projects that are producing power, but we can't evacuate those because of the absence of grid capacity. And NCOP tells you it takes them anything between 5 to 8 years to build that grid capacity. The computation that they've done to improve that grid capacity, you need 210 billion rands to do that. And if you were to do an atlas of the irradiation level, it's concentrated largely. Good quality sun is in the Northern Cape. We've got real estate. That's why it is a renewable energy complex. And that must be meshed with our ability to provide grid so that you reconfigure, reorientate, if you like, grid capacity so that you evacuate electricity from the south goes to the north to areas of consumption. And that's why our planning is very important. If you look at the last bid window, 3,000 megawatts of renewable energy from wind could not be allocated because there's no grid capacity. And that's why part of our effort is to ensure that we are able to build the grid capacity going into the future. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable De Bruin.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, does the long-term measures to turn around the ESCOM situation include measures such as ensuring staff competency and salaries linked to staff competency? And will future appointments, will it be done based on merit, skills, knowledge, and experience rather than race-based and political policies? And will a policy of less managers and more technicians be adopted to ensure the sustainable generation of electricity? Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Honorable De Bruin. I did make the point earlier on that part of the transversal problems in ESCOM is the hemorrhaging of skills. Our good, experienced engineers have left the field. And part of the reason is that as they share with us, there's not been any significant improvement in the incentives. As an anecdote, I was talking to one of my former classmates at university. I did civil engineering, he did electrical engineering. He's one of the senior managers there. He gave me a personal account of what has been the improvement in relation to the incentives. If anything, they are poorer today. If you look at the location of many of these power stations, they are in remote areas, small towns. The kind of quality of life that people desire can't be found in those areas. And as a result of the removal of those incentives, quality engineers and technicians have left that area. And that's why you've got a significant amount of failures. A report that was commissioned by Minister Gordhan in 1819 says the following, amongst others, on the issues of headcount and skills. It says that at the plant level, where you really need boots on the ground, These are old-fashioned power stations. If you leave out Kusile and Medupi, old power-fashioned power station that require an engineer to move from one component to the other, just checking its performance. Of course, Kusile and Medupi, they're highly automated. That's why the ratio of megawatts to employees is significantly lower than in this power station. But what did that report say is, Honorable De Bruyn, amongst others, is that the head count at the station level has gone down by 35%. There's 2,000 vacancies of engineers there. You'll never get that right. But it also says the following, that at Megawatt Park, head office, the work is done on the ground. Head office headcount increases 48%. So you can see that the equilibrium is not exactly that which is desired for you to be able to build a plant. So what is the point we're making? Absolutely right. You need to go back to those engineers to come back and help us to correct this, including other players in the private sector. And they are largely going to be wide because of the dispensation of the historical dispensation. They must come back. And then there's also quality Black engineers that are there. Our primary focus is to resolve this problem. But of course, transformation is indispensable to the resolution of the South African social conflict. So it's important that as you come out of this crisis, that we have created a sufficient base of quality, qualified, experienced Black engineers, not necessarily at the exclusion of white engineers. That's the point I'm making. I think we've got a duty as a country to illustrate that South Africa belongs to all who live in it. And of course, at that level, the proportion of engineers, technical people must be reflective of South African society. We are going to build that over a period of time. I think it's an admission that we must make and work together to ensure that we get it right and have these young engineers continue to do their work. And that's why the point I emphasize when I was with the managers, we are not casting aspersions. We want to work with them, ensure that let's get that experience to help us. Nothing will substitute the experience. And I think there's great acceptance. Black, white, we should be able to work together to resolve this problem. But we have a duty to produce a pipeline of qualified Black professionals to work also in those spaces so that we get the economy going. And for me, that's a perfect illustration. It could be a template of how we get out of a crisis working together whilst achieving the transformation objective, but admitting that, of course, there's going to be a greater proportion of these people who will be helping us, who are coming from a certain section of society, because they've got the experience. They've walked these plants. They know just by the sound of it, they will tell you that this component is about to fail. And that's something that we want to work on, and without undermining the transformation targets, but also we want to sustain the South African economy. Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you very much. EFF.
That's Moletsani, Chairperson.
Omletsane, okay. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, do the factors which the minister speak of also include the extreme levels of corruption and sabotage which are found at ESCOM, which are driven by senior ANC members of the executive, whose main goal is to destabilize ESCOM and electricity supply in South Africa? Thank you, Chair.
Minister.
No, thank you very much for that question. Obviously, I'm a novice. I don't know how it works here. I've cut my teeth as a council. So I'm not about to cast aspersion. I know there's no evidence before us that suggests that the senior members of the executive from the governing party who are responsible for this. And I think the member has a duty to the House and the country, more significantly, just to point out on who these people are, so that they can be brought to book, they can be locked up, and then we get the economy going. I think it's important that we do that. But let me go to the material point that the material point that you are raising. Yes, indeed, I can confirm that when we went to Kusile, for an example, and Medupi, we were advised by the managers there that there's premature failure of units. And as they pull out these units, they try to fix these units. They find that these are not original components in the unit. And the only reason that they can fashion, and the most rational and plausible reason, is that people use inferior quality compromise components just to line up their pockets, when in fact they claim that these are original equipment. And that's why you are seeing regular failure of these units, even at young plants like Kusile and Medupi. I mean, if you come to appreciate it, these units are designed to have a design life of about 50 to 60 years. These units are hardly 8 years old, and they are failing at a rate that in some instances far exceeds the much older units. And of course, you can put it down to corruption. And of course, as I speak to you, I think there are a number of cases that are before the courts, and I'll allow the courts to make that determination. And then the second part, what we are doing is that there's a need for us to undermine opportunities for corruption going into the future. And I know that Chairman Makwana and the competent board of ESCOM, men and women who have distinguished themselves as true patriots in South Africa, high exceptional academic qualification, major experience. They are only there at ESCOM just for one purpose, to help us to resolve the energy crisis and get the economy going. And I know that the ESCOM board, working with Minister Godan, they are instituting actions to ensure that we are able to address opportunities of corruption. Minister Godan was sharing with us that already they are beginning to do lifestyle audits. Just if you like, a correlation between what is your known earning capacity and the kind of lifestyle. If those don't match, I think it raises signals, or if you like, it alerts on what needs to happen. And the law enforcement agencies, they are using such a kind of, if you like, instruments to ensure that we are able to undermine corruption. But we must also incentivize the good performance. I mean, there are a number of stations that have been lifted out of the doldrums from conditions of poor performance by men and women. I must say that the critical mass of the people at ESCOM, these are honest South Africans. They really want to ensure that we resolve this problem. They have nowhere to go. They don't possess 2 passports. They will not go anywhere outside the country. They are invested in the success of this country, black, white, Indian, and colored. And that's why it's important that we don't brush everyone with, we don't paint everyone with the same brush, but we are able to isolate those rotten elements. They must be pursued relentlessly, and they must be placed where they belong. But we must continue to provide the kind of incentives and support to help the men and women, the many of them, who are committed to the resolution of this problem. And yes, I agree. I think Chairman Makwana, the acting CEO, Khalib, they are working on that, and of course, supported by Minister Godan. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Nana. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let me also join my colleagues in congratulating you on your appointment. Wish you good in your unenviable task ahead. Welcome to the NCOP. I must confess, your frankness and knowledge of the subject matter at hand has actually bowled me over. Minister, I get your efforts to avoid the total grid collapse. However, after your roadshows around the generation units in South Africa, can you comment, based on your diagnostic analysis, how close our country is to total grid collapse? And if such a collapse is imminent, what urgent steps are you taking to avoid such a catastrophe? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you very, very much for that question, because I think it accords me the opportunity just to restate an important point that is in the interest of South Africa and her people, including industry and big commerce. Let me say the following. We have a dispensation where, in terms of the philosophy of how you run this plant, there's what we call the reserve margin. It's 2,200 megawatts. That is kept at every given time by the system operator there in Gauteng. And the intention of that 2,200 megawatts, even now we're at stage 6 load shedding, he could engage that 2,200 megawatts, will go to stage 4 of load shedding. He will never do it. He will never do it because the intention is to protect the grid. And we know what are the costs associated with a total blackout. So I want to say to you and the country and those that are watching, we are highly, highly unlikely to have a grid collapse, a blackout, because of that 2,200 reserve margin. That person will never take any instruction from a Minister of Electricity or a Minister of DPE. He or she will never take an instruction even from the president of this country. He will never do it because the interest is to protect the grid. But like any organization, you plan for the worst case scenario. And that's why also in that worst case scenario, and I said to you, it's highly, highly unlikely to happen because of these safeguards that we've put into place. We've got 2 stations that will do a blackout start. So that's the comfort that I want to bring to the country. And what do we know, Honorable Member? We know that at any given time, if you look at the trend level over the past year or so, ESCOM can guarantee us about 26,000 megawatts. And if you look at summer conditions, that 26,000 megawatts has to meet a peak demand of 32,000 megawatts. And that's why the delta is 6,000 megawatts. To close that delta, we then run the open cycle gas turbine. And then you get lower stages of load shedding because 26 and 32, the difference is 6,000 megawatts. If you want to use the more linear configuration, you should be at stage 6 load shedding. And that's why summer conditions were at lower stages. But in terms of ESCOM's winter outlook, they are projecting that to be 34,000 megawatts. That is a peak demand. And then that the unplanned capability loss factor, the worst case scenario will be about 18,000 megawatts. And therefore it means that the delta between 26 and 34, it's about 8,000 megawatts. And that's why we are running these open cycle gas turbines. The point that I made to Honorable Boshoff is that yes, it comes at great cost, but if you don't run them, we could be at higher stages of load shedding. If we are at stage 6 today, it could be at much higher stages of load shedding. And we are running those open cycle gas turbines so that the stages of load shedding do not exceed, stage 6. And of course, we desire us of bringing it to lower stages of load shedding. But the long and short of my answer is that highly, highly unlikely. So I think in engineering terms, you don't exclude any possibility, but I'm just telling you that exceptionally highly unlikely that you are going to have grid collapse because of the safeguards that have been built in there. The fact that you retain a 2,200 reserve margin to ensure that the system's integrity is not compromised. Thanks. Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to Honorable Matebula for the question. Yes, I do acknowledge. I mean, the increase in demand that is more than the allocated transformer results in the overload of the transformer, and it can cause transformer failure. And this is very apparent in many of locations where you have illegal connections, essentially burdening the transformer beyond what the capacity of the transformer is about. And this can undermine, if you like, the performance of the transformer. And in many instances, it results in the failure of the transformer. And then we know that there's been significant underinvestments by municipalities in the main. I think underinvestments on the redistribution side. Remember, ESCOM generates, of course, we have created other players. So ESCOM is no more a monopoly, is a market player because there are renewable energy players in that field. You generate and then you create the highways to transport the electricity, and then that's transmission, and then you create the off-ramp, that is distribution. And then what the municipalities do, they redistribute that which you have distributed off ramps, and they get it into individual households. But in some instances, ESCOM also does distribute into individual households. And really the split between ESCOM and municipalities is about 50-50. What we know is that there's been significant underinvestment in this redistribution infrastructure by municipalities because of their own objective conditions. The fact that there's been a deterioration of the South African economy, the ability to collect has been undermined, and as a result, the fiscal matrix of municipalities has been deteriorating, and they've cut back on discretionary funding, which essentially is infrastructure. And then the other thing with regards to the responsibility for the repair, proper maintenance of transformers. Of course, this responsibility, like I said, sits with the distribution arm of ESCOM, and it's also sit with municipalities. I did make the point that from the municipality side, the deterioration of the fiscal matrix has made it very difficult for them to reinvest in these assets, not just the transformers, but also the reticulation lines. And you know that from the ESCOM part of the problem has to do with the fact that the balance sheet could not accommodate any investment in new capital requirements, but with the relief of 254 billion rand that the National Treasury has provided, it has opened a window for ESCOM to make additional investment. On the generation side is around maintenance and the repurposing of that plant, transmission, including distribution. And I hope that the issues around the failure of this of transformers will get attention. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Matebula.
Nakeza Chairperson, Minister, electricity is an important part in the everyday life of our people. However, our people in the rural parts of Limpopo often have to go days on end without electricity due to transformers failures, which are caused by aging, overloading, improper maintenance schedules, and insufficient security measures in substation in our areas. Which measures has the minister taken to improve security measures in areas such as Mageba Village, Ward 24 in Gyan, so as they decrease transformers failure? Thank you, Chair.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matebula. I can relate to that question also. My ancestral home is Botokwa Ramkopa Mukomeni, and I do experience those as a personal anecdote, but I guess that it's an experience across the length and breadth of the country, especially in those rural municipalities. And I think the issue is deeper. First, I agree with everything you are saying to say that there's perennial failure of this infrastructure. And remember that a lot of these municipalities in rural areas, they are essentially poor municipalities, they are grant dependent. And as and when they receive those grants, if they're not conditional grants, of course, there are grants that they can use. The scope is such that they offer, the need rather is significantly higher than what the grant is about. And I guess what municipalities do, they tend to focus on that infrastructure that is in the eyes of the people, just getting water, reticulation, making sure that you are able to patch potholes or build new roads, ensure that you are able to provide the fencing at the graveyard, so on and so forth, at the neglect of this important distribution infrastructure. And we know that a lot of people who are have been successful are in the urban centers. They do return money into the rural areas. They're making significant improvements. I mean, you go to many of these villages, I'm exposed to the ones in Limpopo. I mean, you can see the kind of investments that are made there. So you can see that the proportion of the growth and of course the demand on electricity supply is not the one that can be matched or by the ability of the municipality to grow the reticulation and the distribution infrastructure. And they are overburdening or placing a lot of demand on existing infrastructure such as transformers, and that results in the failure of these transformers. And municipalities, because they don't have sitting on unencumbered cash, if you like, their capital base is constrained. They are not able to make those investments at the speed that is desirable to ensure that we don't deteriorate the quality of life of people in the rural areas. And that creates, if you like, a disparity, if you like, an inequitable distribution of these resources So if you like, the democratic dividend is not appreciated across the country equitably. So the rural poor essentially are excluded. They are at the periphery, whilst the feeding frenzy in the urban areas because of their financial muscle, their ability to provide for communities. And I'm not subtracting from the fact that there are islands, or if you like, seas of destitute, even in those metropolitan centers, but it's more pronounced in the rural areas from an infrastructure provision point of view. And Honorable Mateula, the answer I want to give is that essentially that's not the domain of the Minister of Electricity, but I will not be naive and say, and then we pull back. I think it's important that working with the municipalities who are able to design instruments that makes it possible for us to protect this electricity infrastructure. If you come to think of it, some of the proposals we are making, issues around demand side management, rooftop solar, have got unintended consequences. What are those unintended consequences? Is that they're diminishing the revenue base of municipalities. Some municipalities, the revenue generation capacity from electricity can be up to 60%. And generally, the first people to put up rooftop solar is the paying people because they've got the money, they've got the muscle. So the municipalities will be left with those residents or ratepayers who are essentially indigent and therefore can't pay for their services. And the expectation is that you must provide for them free basic services, or else you have diminished their ability to generate new revenue. And that's why when we make this intervention, and it's an honest conversation that is required with National Treasury, and I know they're up to it. For tomorrow, I'm meeting the NEC of Salga, is how can you create a dispensation that as we resolve the immediate crisis of electricity, you are not creating a bigger problem of collapsing all municipalities and they're unable to fix such infrastructure. So I take the point you are making and they'll receive consideration.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nana.
Yeah, thanks once again, Minister. Minister, in your response, you mentioned sufficient underinvestment by municipalities. And I get that. Now, I'm sure you'll agree with me. Rural communities are the hardest hit by load shedding, load reduction, and protracted outages due to lack of maintenance. Will you, in your capacity as Minister of Electricity, advocate on behalf of ESCOM for some budget to be ring-fenced so as to prioritize maintenance in rural areas? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I fully agree with you. I mean, there's a disproportionate allocation of resources. You know, in my previous life as the head of investment and infrastructure, we did a computation of where is the investment going in the country. So we took the total amount of investments that have been made since 1994. 1994 is key because it marks the victory of the democratic project over a system that was universally categorized as a crime against humanity. So all policy choices beyond 1994 are choices of a democratic government. So we took those investments and superimposed them on the South African map. Guess what? The concentration of those investments, they are in 3 areas. They are in the metro province of Gauteng, Tshwane, Johannesburg, and Ekurhuleni. In KZN, they are in eThekwini. In the Western Cape, they are in Cape Town. These 5 municipalities account for over 67% of all the total investment made in this country. The Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, Free State put together, they don't even come close to what has been invested in Gauteng. So what's the point I'm making? Is that the inequitable distribution of the democratic dividend. And that's why you have the movement of people coming out of rural areas, searching for economic opportunities. These are economic migrants. They are all over the place. And that's why there's exponential growth of informality. You go into the townships here in Cape Town, you go to Tshwane, all over. It's a concentration of the rural workers who are coming into these spaces seeking for opportunities. One of the issues that we're proposing, I'm saying underline proposing, we hope that will prevail, is that as and when you roll out this solar PV, I did say that your opportunities are concentrated in areas of consumption, but don't introduce measures that are going to exacerbate the inequitable distribution of this intervention and create a situation where renewables are for the rich and the urban areas. And that's why we're advocating, we want to put together a financing facility that will make it possible for rural households to access this opportunity, because they're already covered through a grant for the indigent and they are not connected to the grid. And you must give them a solution behind the meter to ensure that they enjoy the dividends of a democratic South Africa. As it is, communities where I come from, my rural village, there's no uninterrupted supply of water at the stand level. They don't have that appreciation. They still push wheelbarrows to go and fetch water. I think it's important that we address that. As Councillor Matebula was, Honorable Matebula was saying, yes, we're right, yeah. I think the chair of the House can identify with this confusion. Honorable Matebula was making the point about the experiences in the rural areas. So we want to use the instrument of the crisis in part to address these inequities. So because there's going to be see-through of demand with regards to PV, you can't concentrate all of assembly and manufacturing over time in your major metropolitan centers. You can locate it also in the rural areas. So that is a point of attraction. It's a magnetic field for employment. And so that you are able to ensure that you are creating employment closer to source of that people who are looking for employment. So we're looking to re-engineer, if you like, the crisis. We're seeing the opportunity in the crisis. But of course, I'm not trivializing the current situation. As I speak to you, people are in the dark. As I speak to you, people don't have employment. As I speak to you, people don't know where to get their next meal as a result of load shedding. So the speed with which we address this is important, whilst simultaneously we address those issues. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We'll move on to Honorable Khai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you to the Minister. The Minister has responded, Honorable Chair, to the question, follow-up question I wanted to ask, just to emphasize the issue that is raising with regard to the issue of investment. We've just met with the Minister of DTIC, and also last week we met with the Department of Transport. We raised the similar issues of marginalization or of the concentration of economic development in 3 areas. So I really appreciate the fact that he's also raising the same issue. Thank you so much.
I'm sure the Minister will note the point. We'll move on to the IFP, Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, I would like to know whether government has set targets on turnaround time for the maintenance and repair of transformers in rural areas, and what measures are put in place for those areas that have been without electricity for more than 24 hours. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much for the question. I mean, just to the point I made earlier on when I was responding to Honorable Matebula, that responsibility resides with the ESCOM to the extent that ESCOM reticulates to the end consumer and also sits with municipalities. And I did indicate what are the underlying problems, essentially are structural problems as a result of a diminishing revenue base, and therefore their inability for capital outlay. And what that does is that it casualizes, if you like, the casualties are people in the rural areas. It's important that the point I was making earlier on, that in the design of this solution, whilst you are resolving load shedding, you must resolve also what I call energy famine. You know, I went to Vembe in my previous life. So we went to the Vembe municipality. We're doing an aggregation of what are their capital requirements, because we're designing an infrastructure, if you like, requirements for the country, just trying to get what is the pipeline of infrastructure projects. So in the rural areas, we're moving from one district to the other. We get to the head offices of the municipality, the district municipality in Vembe there, And then I have a casual conversation with the security guard there because we're early. And then I talk to him and I tell him, yo, as we talk, and I say to him, yo, this load shedding, man, it's just frustrating us. He says, oh, you are lucky. So I said, now we're at the stage 4 load shedding. So he asked me what is stage 4. I try to explain in simple terms, essentially the number of hours that you don't have electricity in a day. So he said, oh, you are lucky. At least you have something. We have never had electricity. So there are many communities in the country can't relate to this thing called load shedding. You are load shed because you can at some point have electricity. They have never experienced it. So the point we're making is that in the course of resolving the unmet demand, you must ensure that those who have never had any electricity and connected to the grid must have that electricity. And we do accept that the rollout of that infrastructure is expensive. I mean, if you go to the rural areas, especially the areas of KZN and the areas of Eastern Cape, the topography is prohibitive. At least in the other areas of the country, the Northwest, Limpopo, Free State, the terrain is flatter. So you can imagine, and then it's sparsely distributed. You must connect to that house, the line is longer, could be another 500 meters, another 300 meters, just one household can see is expensive. But if you are able to make interventions behind the meter, of course, they don't have the meter. All I'm saying is that interventions that don't require them to connect to the grid. And we think that solar at the basic minimum provides that opportunity. Of course, over time, you can build it inverters, but they don't have the money. You can introduce any set of incentives like the Minister of Finance has, and to his credit, really an attempt to incentivize. But that incentive presupposes that people either have unencumbered cash or their risk profile is such that they can raise the money from the commercial bank and then finance the capital cost and then retrieve, if you like, this incentive later. Very few people in the rural areas are sitting with 50,000 that is idle, just for PV. And therefore, those incentives, they are not incentives to them because they don't have an opportunity to access that incentive because they don't have the means. So all we are saying is that design a facility that will make it possible, even for the rural areas to access that. And in the course of that, honorable member, you also create jobs in those areas because you need installers that are accredited. We will train them, they will climb one roof to the other installing, and you are reviving a new economy, and they need to maintain it over a period of time. And that's the point I was making about opportunity in the crisis, and I'm not downplaying the fact that as I speak to you, people are going hungry as a result of load shedding. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll move on to question number 85. This question is on confirmation of assertions. It's from Honorable Nana to the Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to Honorable Nana. I did make the point earlier on when I was asked what are some of the key issues with regards to the underperformance of ESCOM, and I made the point about the corruption. Maybe just to put this into context, how this finds its way in the public domain. So I get to be asked the question when I was at Kusile. What caused these 3 units to fail? Unit 1, 2, 3. But the only reason and then they say, is that corruption? Says no. How this unit failed was that as a requirement to reduce the emission levels of power stations, and because Kusile and Medupi are newer power stations, they've been placed an onerous requirement for them to reduce those emission levels. And then the only solution, technical solution that is known in the world that helps us to reduce the sulfur content in your emissions is a component called the flue gas desulfurization unit. So what had happened there is that as the exhaust come out, so the turbine essentially is emitting, if you like, the exhaust. The exhaust goes, goes into what is being released from the exhaust goes into the flue gas desulfurization unit. And what happens in there is a chemical process. And what it does, then it releases through a chimney, if you like, emissions into the air, which are free of sulfur. And therefore you have reduced the sulfur content. And what the operators there did not know was that the chemical process in that component of the flue gas desulfurization unit was not performing at optimal level. Instead of releasing small particulate it was releasing slurry. And the technology of that could not alert them that in fact you are not having small particulates, you are having slurry. And there was slurry that got to be built on the walls of the chimney, which is about 210 meters high. And then over time, the accumulation of that slurry was like 2,000 tons, 2 million kilograms of slurry set on the chimney, and it undermines the structural integrity of the chimney. And as a result of that, they had to close those 3 units because the chimney was about to collapse. As you close those units, you are taking out 2,100 megawatts. So you are taking over 2 stages of load shedding. And I say to the journalists, that's not corruption. It's an engineering process that's happening there. And then the headline, Ramokgopa denies that there's corruption. It's a science. And at least the journalists could have been decent enough and say, I don't understand the merits of this science. Please explain it, Castor. And then I would have explained it in my language or in Afrikaans. And then there's the headline. And then you go to Tutuka, where corruption is rampant. And I make the point that in this power station, corruption has resulted in the following. When you make that statement, it doesn't make headlines. What makes headlines is that statement that we made 2 days ago. So the point I'm making is that we're working on the basis of evidence. You can't say when I'm trying to go and understand the nature of the problem, prescribe to me that when you go to this power station, you must make this finding. There's no science there. I mean, you are just preempting. I don't think that it works that way. And you are going to miss the point in resolving the question. It's a technical problem. Let's resolve this technical problem. I did say at the beginning, you can show that during construction, there was that corruption and it's getting to be addressed through those channels. And the question says, can you confirm? No, it's not true that there is no corruption. I just explained. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Nana.
Well, thanks very much, Chairperson. Minister, firstly, let me welcome your position that you actually do realize that corruption is rampant at ESCOM, hence work stream number 6. In your response to question 88, you mentioned multiplicity of failures and you also included corruption. But on that one, me and you are squared, because I was really taken aback that in the pre-state capture era, the national utility was the pride of our nation. With a healthy balance sheet, we sold excess energy to neighboring countries in the SADC region, and we had lights at our homes. And we all know what is contained in the Zondo Commission report, the amount of monies that we lost to the Mackenzies and trillion of this world. Now that you have made an admission that there is corruption at ESCOM, and you were quite dismissive when somebody mentioned 2 members of cabinet that are implicated in cartels that are looting ESCOM. Are you in a position to share with this House who is supplying fuel to ESCOM to run the open cycle gas turbines? Thank you.
Minister.
No, thank you very much for that question. So what we know as a fact is that the so-called report that implicated 2 senior members of cabinet in corruption was not substantiated. And what we also know that it involved the apartheid era agents to try and construct a narrative to say that there's acts of corruption. So it can't be substantiated. So I can't. And I'm just saying that we all have a duty, including the honorable member, to report this to the police. I did say before, those that are found with their fingers in the cookie jar must be arrested irrespective of their position. So let's say get to that and not just rely on apartheid era agents who were trying to construct a narrative. And having said that, you and I are squared up, as you say. And I'm just saying that there's a point we've been making consistently that in fact there is acts of corruption which are undermining our ability to provide electricity in this country. I can confirm to you that on our engagement with the senior management of ESCOM, so is a state entity that is providing, if you like, fuel at Huarica, one of our picking plants, and then also the majors, if you like, BP, and I think it's 5 of these majors who are providing at Ankerleg. That's the information that has been given to us. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is supposed to be Plenary. I guess Makwala is replacing him.
Yeah, I'm honorable Plenary today.
Yes.
Honorable Makwala, thank you, Minister, for answering that question and confirming that greed and corruption stands at the center of the ESCOM collapse. We know this to be true, as just recently the ANC voted against the establishment of a committee to investigate corruption and crime cartels operating at ESCOM. The minister and his presidents have also repeatedly failed to bring any meaningful solution to the electricity crisis. How will the minister resolve of any challenges faced at ESCOM if he cannot recognize corruption practices which are inherited in this institution? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, just to also make the point that just today I was listening to the account of the head of the SIU, General Lebeya, making the point that the former CEO of ESCOM, contrary to his claim, he only reported these acts of corruption the day before he appeared at SCOPA. So I don't know where you are mining the information. When the principal advocate and sponsor of this idea only brought it to the attention of the SIU a day before. I'm talking the account of General Lebeya. And of course, you make an important point, member, that some of this corruption is inherited. I guess you heard what you said. So it's inherited, I guess, from historic. Yes, thank you very much. And I really don't want to downplay the point you are making. I absolutely agree with you that it has undermined our ability to provide the quality, consistent electricity. The fact that we spend tens of billions of rands in Kusile and Medupi. As I speak to you today, I mean, Kusile is not yet completed. And this is meant to give us 4,800 megawatts. I did say that there were issues with regards to construction that has undermined the performance of Medupi. As they take out these units, they find that there's this premature failure, that they compromise quality of material components, and that takes out 800 megawatts. I mean, just to put it into context, it's like 4 units in Hendrina, Camden, you know, the old power station. Each unit was producing about 800 megawatts. But they in Kusile and Medupi, 1 unit produce 200 megawatt each, the old power station. And then at Kusile and Medupi, just 1 unit, it's 800 megawatt, just shy of one stage of load shedding. So I agree with you. It has undermined our ability to address this. And that's why it's important that we were able to address it. And I think that the point that ought to be made is that we have a collective duty in instances where we're able to uncover areas of corruption, that as we get to make the point in the House, we do register them with the competent law enforcement agencies. I think that's going to help our efforts to fight corruption from wherever it's to be found. So I think it's important that we don't have eyes rather when we report this. We must just make it in the interest of the country. And I know that when the ANC in the House voted against that, I'm sure the reasons were advanced, but that does not replace, I think, our collective responsibility to ensure that we are able to report acts of corruption to competent bodies that have got the necessary legislative mandate and the powers to address that. And that's why every time when I go to the various power stations and issues of corruption gets to be reported to me, all I do is to escalate them to work stream number 6, because I've accepted that I have not studied, if you like, criminal law. I have no clue of what that is. But if something is brought to my attention, I'm not going to downplay it. All I'm going to do is to escalate it and also make it known to the people who have brought it to my attention that I brought it to this body, to this person. And I'll also from time to time in my capacity as someone who's worked very closely with NCOP, of course, that is chaired by the president, but we prepare the reports going to the president as I lead that function, gets to get feedback from work stream number 6 on the work that we're doing. I think we mustn't just talk about fighting corruption. We must be seen to be fighting corruption. And in this way, it's going to undermine its occurrence across all of society. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to Honorable De Bruin.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, you have covered my question in your responses, and I think we're all in agreement that corruption is one of the main issues at ESCOM at this stage. But I think, Honorable Minister, one of the biggest questions still is when will we see those that was actually guilty of corruption? When will we see those individuals behind bars? We need to make an example of those corrupt individuals. And when can we expect to see this happen?
Minister.
No, thank you, Honorable De Bruin. I think I'm in your corner there. I think taking action and people going to jail or the necessary sanction, I think is going to deter going into the future. I'm sure you know that there was one of the managers at Tutuka who was accused of, was it diesel or something? That was found guilty, and I think there was a necessary sanction. But I think the point we are making is that there's bigger fish and there's big fish. And like I said earlier on, I don't think that I have both the competency and the mandate to do that. And the point I want to convey to the House is that as and when it gets to be brought to my attention, I escalate it. I think there's 1 or 2 brought to my attention when we're to Tuga. I've escalated it. And then we go back to the general managers to say that these are some of the actions that are being taken. These are the people at the law enforcement agency level that are attending to this matter, so that we don't create an impression that it gets to be reported on and we're idle about the gravity of this situation. So, Honorable De Bruin, I fully agree with you. I think the sooner we're able to set the example, the better for our quest to undermine corruption and its deleterious effects on ESCOM in this instance, on prosecuting its primary mandate on generation. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Muma.
Thank you, National Chairperson. Thank you, Minister, for your comprehensive response. Indeed, you have indicated in various platforms that corruption, wherever it rears its head, it must be confronted, and that those that are responsible must face the full might of the law. There is obviously an important work to be done in terms of dealing with the crisis of electricity. The question that I want to ask Honorable Minister, particularly in addition to the fact that you have committed yourself to the South that as you do your work, once corruption is identified, you refer it to the relevant authorities. Now, the question that I want to ask is whether this unfortunate incident, are they isolated or is it a general norm? The reason why I'm asking this question is the fact that it is important that we reassure our countries that they are capable men and women in this area and field that are committed to ensuring that indeed electricity is restored. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. No, I fully agree with that question, Honorable Member. That well, the first part is just to say to the many men and women at ESCOM who are very honest, diligent, patriotic South Africans, professionals who are jealously guarding their reputation, profession, but also intending on growing the economy and protecting it by ensuring that there's a consistent supply and provision of uninterrupted quality electricity in the country, just to give them the assurance that we are behind them. And the fact that they'll get a significant protection in instances where they get to a situation or a position where they have to share, if you like, very compromising information about some of their colleagues and their alleged participation in acts of corruption. I think we need to give them that assurance. And yes, you are right. I think the manifestation of corruption, like I said, takes various forms from one station to the other. In other stations, you can link it to the period of construction, and then that has got, if you like, a legacy effect on the performance of the plant. And in some instances, is really concentrated in the procurement environment of parts and major components. And in some instances, is issues around the tracking of coal that it gets to be compromised somewhere between the source and where it's supposed to be delivered. And ESCOM is doing a bit there, employing some degree of technology to ensure that we're able to track and trace the coal from source and as it arrives. And as you can imagine, those of you who have gone to a coal-fired power station, when if it's provided by road, you can see the rows and rows of trucks that comes into the power plant. Humanly impossible for you to examine each and every load. And that's why ESCOM is resorting to some degree of intelligence to address that situation. So the point I'm making is that the manifestation of this corruption, of course, takes different forms as we move from one area to the other. I do agree, of course, just the strengthening of governance framework at the station level, the issues of the lived values at the levels of production, addressing the issues of incentives to ensure that you deny any opportunity for people to think otherwise of supplementing their income, and undermining and aggressively addressing, if you like, the cartels and network that exists there, whose sole intention is to line their pockets at the expense of the country, especially the poor. So I'm saying that is a concerted effort. And as you make the point, I think work stream number 6 is hard at work. And maybe when I come back here, I'll give you, if you like, the update, the latest update at that time on the work that is being done there, so that I'm able to give assurance to both the House and the country that everything possible is being done to address the scourge of corruption. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll proceed to the next question, honorable members. And that question is question 89. The question is on decommissioning of old coal-fired power stations. Decommissioning of old coal-fired power stations. The question is from Honorable Dango and is directed to the Minister. Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Honorable Dango, for that question. It's an important question because I think in the public domain, the stance that we have taken gets to be misinterpreted as a deviation from our commitment to the achievement of the nationally determined contributions. Those are voluntary national targets that we set ourselves to ensure that we decarbonize the economy and move to a fossil-free economy. We are committed also to achieving the net zero path, of course, being a net zero economy by 2050. And of course, there are intermediate targets around 2030 of what needs to be achieved. So we're committed to all of those, and we have set the timelines for that. And then having visited the power stations, just factoring the reality of the South African economy, I did at the onset of this session, try and articulate what are the economic implications of unmet energy demand on the country. And I did indicate by surfacing a number of indices that is devastating to the South African economy. Disproportionate impact on the poor has got a potential, if not sufficiently and speedily addressed, to collapse the economy of the country. And there are multiple sources that have made, if you like, studies and modeling, and they're able to indicate what those numbers are. So you don't have to believe me. There are multiple sources that have made the point. And you can see the outlook of growth of the South African economy, at least on account of the South African Reserve Bank, will grow by 0.2%. What do we know? What we know, Honorable Chair, is that between 2016 and 2018, we have decommissioned units that were giving us collectively 2,900 megawatts. So we have removed from the grid units that have a collective megawatt output of 3 stages of load shedding. And we know that in terms of this agenda of decarbonization, between now, 2023, and 2027, the intention is to remove another 5,200 megawatts. So essentially between 2016 and 2027, or in fact, 2018 and 2020, I'm sorry, that's when we remove 2,900 megawatts. And between now and 2027, we'll remove 5,200 megawatts. So it means that between 2018 and 2027, we'd have removed 8,200 megawatts, essentially an additional 8 stages of load shedding. So the next question we answer is where and how are you going to replace that which you are removing from the grid? And we know if you look at the renewable energy agenda, bid window 1, 2011 until bid window 4, 2014, the evidence is the following, that from request for proposal to financial close. So when the minister goes out and invite proposals to the point where there's an off-taker, you have agreed on the tariffs, it takes about 18 months. And from that period of 18 months to construction, it takes 24 months. So in total, that cycle takes you 42 months. So something about the 3.5 years for you to complete that process. And what else do we know? We also know on account of ESCOM that to build new line, essentially additional grid capacity to accommodate the renewable energy project, it takes them anything between 5 to 8 years. So if you work on those timelines, assuming tomorrow you go out on the request for proposal, you will close that process in 3.5 years. So essentially we close it by 2028. And then for you to evacuate the electrons, you need another 5 years, 2029. And then I did say that between now and 2027, you would have removed 5,200 megawatts. So the point we are simply making is that we did not argue that we are going to transition into darkness. The point we are making is that you can't transition in the dark. The lights must be on, the economy must be sustainable as you decarbonize. That's the point that we are making, having committed to that agenda. I mean, just to give you an example, the fourth best performing power station in ESCOM is Camden. And in terms of that agenda, we must close 3 units now by July. So essentially we'll be adding 1 unit is around 140 megawatts. So you are adding 420 megawatts in addition to what we're already missing. So the point we're making is that rethink the scheduling, the decommission schedule, extend it. We're doing a bit of modeling to see what are the implications on emissions, climate change, what are the costs that are required. But what we know as I stand before you, the country can ill afford to remove those megawatts because we need them to sustain this economy. And in fact, we want these units to perform going into the future. That's the point we are making. We've engaged with the number of players, the banks. We made an effort to ensure that we explain this position to them. I met with the CEO of the banks. I met with the principal sponsors of the JET IP program, the major Western powers, to explain South Africa's situation. Not to ask for permission, but explain it because they are our partners and we are the owners of the Just Energy Transition Program. The workers and communities, they need to know that what do we mean by just? Otherwise, we are going to decimate the economy of Mpumalanga, and it's important that we balance the equation. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Tango.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me welcome the National Minister of a central state, we're not a federal state. Honorable Minister, thank you for your elaborate response to my question. Honorable Minister, does the delaying of the decommissioning schedule mean, and what is the impact on the energy plan? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Dango. Yeah. So what it means is it gives us an immediate relief to ensure that we have megawatts on the grid and we're able to evacuate the electrons and essentially bring down the severity of load shedding. Of course, that is predicated on the assumption that we are going to be successful in improving the energy availability factor. And we have every reason to believe that we are going to succeed in that cause. So I think it's important that there has to be that appreciation. And of course, I did say that we're doing modeling with regards to implications of emission level as a result of the delayed decommissioning. We are doing studies in relation to what that translates into climate change. Of course, we know that a lot of communities in KZN and Mpumalanga, the Northwest, were devastated by extreme occurrence of extreme weather conditions. And that can be put down to climate change. So I think any rational scientist will know that there's a correlation between the emission levels and also the interference of the balance, the chemical balance of the atmosphere, resulting in an incident of extreme weather conditions. So we have every intention to ensure that we address that situation. We're able to improve the energy availability factor and its relationship with the Energy Action Plan. Honorable Dangwa did indicate that the first outcome of the Energy Action Plan says we must fix ESCOM and improve the energy availability factor. So this has got a direct relationship, or if you like, correlation with our quest to ensure that we improve the energy availability factor of ESCOM units. Because the more you take it out, the more you're undermining our ability to extract, sweat this asset, to be able to save the South African economy as we look to decarbonize. We decarbonize under conditions of our own making. Load shedding is not conditions of our own making, imposed on us, of course, through acts of inaction, omission, or commission. But it's important that to have an appreciation that we are here, and therefore we need to do something extraordinary to address this situation. And that's why we felt it prudent that in the course of taking this action, we have to communicate with, if you like, our key partners, so that there's a greater levels of appreciation on what South Africa is doing. We're looking to protect the energy sovereignty of this country and ensure that we protect the interest of the South African economy and her people. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll proceed to Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, I would like to know, in the process of decommissioning, will there be a need of reskilling of current workers? If yes, has government started to work on a plan? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Khaled. I think maybe just to answer that question, first is our definition of what is just. And our view is that there mustn't be a one-dimensional articulation of what is just. So just is not about the protection of the environment and species, but it's also about the interest of the people and the economy. And I always use the example of Mpumalanga. If you look at the footprint of these coal-fired power stations, for obvious reasons, they are concentrated in Mpumalanga. So if you like, the Mpumalanga economy is what I call the coal economy. So essentially it's the coal mines. So people work in the coal mines, they reside there, they spend their money there. There's yellow plant that you use to mine the coal. There's a plant that you use to transport the coal in instances where they are not connected by a conveyor belt. And then there's an industry parallel to that of mechanics and all of that, people who sell the parts, who services that part of the economy. And then there's the mine, there's a power station itself, engineers, technicians, you call them security guard, cleaners and the like. They are likely to be residing in those communities. They buy from those shops there, they spend their money there. And then there are the mamas at the corner shop, corner street who sell fat cakes and the like. Winter morning, they service these people. And again, there's also issues that are around, if you like, the components that are supplied in order to maintain this. So the economy of Mpumalanga is really about coal. So if you close all of that, you have decimated that space. So our view is that when you make that transition, first is that there's an existence of a grid capacity. I did make the point earlier on that there's no grid capacity in the Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, and Western Cape. So your earliest opportunity to evacuate any renewable energy sources onto the grid is in Mpumalanga. But remember, the ratio of people who work in the renewable energy space and those who work in coal is 1:3. For every 3 workers in the coal value chain, you only get 1. So it's important. So you are displacing 2, if you like, employees. So it's important that part of the training takes that into consideration. If you are saying I'm going to manufacture the panels, it only makes sense that the concentration of that manufacturing capacity must be located there. The issues around the entire value chain, battery storage and the like, if we have a sense of the size of the capacity that we want to build into the future, should be located there. And part of the things that we know is that the concentration of the platinum group of metals, which is the major input into the production of the many technologies that are going to support the production of panels and battery storage. 90% of the known deposits in the world are between South Africa and Zimbabwe. So if you like, you must be able to beneficiate here. So if you like, your major development institution must create a financing facility to allow Black people to move into that space. And as you said, industry, you must set it in those areas that are most affected by this. And that's the just that we're talking about. So we don't want to protect the environment at the risk of people's life immediately. Of course, it's got climate has got the implication of people's life going into the future. So it is that entire calculus, if you like, that requires our attention, Honorable Khadev. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to the EFF. There's no name provided, so it's on my.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, which measures has the minister taken for South Africa to make use of clean coal technologies, because we will not be able to immediately abandon coal as a source of energy? I thank you, Chair.
Minister.
You're absolutely right. I think we've got major deposits of coal. And also, if you look at the integrated resource plan that is that it does make provision for coal, of course. Each share of the energy mix will be coming down for obvious reason, substituted by the exponential rise in the share of renewables. So it's important that for you to be able to undermine the emissions level, that you look at the cleaner technologies of exploiting that coal. I mean, the example I gave earlier on, I forgot to mention that that unit that called the flue gas desulfurization unit, just that unit alone cost 40 billion rands. So if you are going to install that unit in all the 14 coal power stations, just imagine, it's 40 billion rands times 14. So you need 560 billion rand just on retrofitting. But then there are also technical problems. The old coal-fired power stations are not designed to accommodate that unit. So that's not your solution. But yet you still have the onerous requirement of bringing the emission levels down. What is the options we have? You're absolutely right. The Honorable Tate Matsama is for us to look at those solutions. And I think the point I'm making is that we must look at all options before us. So there are others who want to make us believe, to say that if it's not this solution, then there's no other solution. I think it's very myopic. I don't think that it helps to resolve our challenges. Let's look at all these technologies, irrespective of where they come from, any part of the world, as long as they help us to ensure that we decarbonize, also protecting some of these assets that we are sitting with. These are significant endowments. If you like, these are godly endowments. They have been given to us. We want to exploit them, but we have an obligation to decarbonize. So it's important to see how best you are able to accommodate new technologies to help us to achieve both, if you like, but accepting that there's an exponential rise of the share of renewables, and then we're going to meet our net zero path by 2050.
Thank you very much, Minister. The last part in these questions goes to Honorable.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I think you seem to be ready for the task ahead. And I know that it's a huge one. And South Africans are looking upon you to deliver on this one. Chairperson, my question is, Minister, how will you manage the delicate balance of striving for JET funding and keeping the electricity supply stable, considering that there might be a significant lag time between receiving the funding and the first watt being fed into the national grid? Thank you, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I fully agree with you. It's a delicate balance. First is to say that the ownership of the JET program is a South African initiative supported by partners. So it's not something that is owned by some other partners. It's a South African initiative. And in fact, what South Africa does now in the context of the crisis that is confronting us is to say that there's a need for us to look at the rescheduling of decommissioning timelines of this coal-fired power station. You're absolutely right. Earlier on, I did make the point on the time it takes for us to get the electrons out of the renewables on stream vis-a-vis our ability to be able to replace or add new generation capacity to help us to resolve load shedding. So I did make the point that from a financial request for proposal to financial close, average 18 months, construction 24 months. So it's 3.5 years for you to get renewables on stream to start producing. But because you're producing in areas where there's no grid capacity, of course, if you don't get to match the location of this renewable project with where there's grid capacity, if there's misalignment, then you need to build new lines. And ESCOM says it will take them anything between 5 and 8 years at a cost of about 210 billion rand. So it's about matching those. And in the course of doing that, protecting the South African economy and also being unwavering in our decarbonization agenda. And that's the modeling I spoke about, the emission level implications on climate and also the issues around costs. But even before you do that, we know now, as I speak before you, that you can ill afford to decommission those 3 units that come then. And in fact, ill afford to remove most of them by 2027, because we are removing 5,200 megawatts, and the speed with which we are able to bring others on stream is such that it will not be able to match the decarbonization schedule. And that's the balance that we are trying to strike. And of course, a big part of the JETP has to do with the fact that there must be significant improvement in grid capacity and grid strength. And that's why that conversation is important. And of course, National Treasury did make the point as part of the condition of the 254 billion rand fiscal relief to ESCOM that they will not be able to borrow. But of course, if you go to the JETP program, we are essentially borrowing. So those are conversations that are happening internally, because we have come to have an appreciation that you have to build a grid. If you had to ask me standing here and say, Ramukhopa, what is the biggest risk facing the country? I know it will be odd coming from me. Of course, generation is our immediate problem, and we're trying to resolve it. But the biggest challenge facing us, a potential risk, is at the level of the grid because of its integrated nature. There's a single point of failure. It fails there, then you are going to have a blackout. I'm sure you saw the situation in Botswana. Was it a day or 2 ago? Collapse of the grid, essentially on the transmission side. And I did say earlier on, we'll not have that on the generation side because we are keeping that reserve margin. But there's less protection on the grid side, and that's the point of failure. And yes, I think part of these efforts is to ensure that it doesn't degrade our ability to end load shedding, get the South African economy going, ensure that we lessen, if you like, minimize the number of job losses. We're able to ensure that we nudge the South African economy into recovery. We give the investor community the assurance that South Africa is still the right place to invest in. But that assurance will come if they start to see that there's progress in limiting load shedding. And that's why it's important that as we enter the winter period, they mentioned those 4 actions that we're putting in place to provide some degree of relief so that you don't go to higher stages of load shedding. They are effective. We get out of the winter period. I did share with the House and the country what are those measures that we are putting in place. Kusi, Lemidupi, demand side management, emergency power. I'm confident that we will be in a position to not only reduce the severity and the regularity frequency, but defeat the load shedding. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, as the minister takes his seat, let me indicate that we have come to the end of the questions to the Minister of Electricity. And I'd like to thank the Minister for availing himself to answer questions in person. Thank you very much. We will now proceed by asking Honorable Nyambi to come forward and take the chair so that we can address the other related questions and relevant matters. Afternoon, colleagues, Chairperson, House Chairperson, Ministers. Let me also join and thank the Minister for being in the House. We go straight to Deputy Chair, Transport. Okay, we go straight to Transport. Fortunately, the Minister is in the House. Let's invite the Minister to the podium. You are welcome, Honorable Minister. The first question is question number 79, asked by Honorable Miamang. Honorable Minister. Your mic, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members of the National Council of Provinces. The reply to the question is the investigation which was commissioned by National Treasury is still ongoing. Further actions, if any, will of course depend on the outcomes of the investigation referred to in my answer I've just given. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. First follow-up question, Honorable Miamang.
Thank you, House Chair. Good afternoon, Minister. And again, a special word of appreciation and congratulations on your appointment as a Minister of Transport. The second point is to appreciate the response you have given to the question. And I understand from your response that the question is, the investigation is done by Treasury. The question that I want to pose, Honorable Minister, is whether are there any internal controls, learning from what is happening, put in place in order to stop and detect maladministration, such that there is no repeat in moving forward. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Indeed, we do have internal controls. First is the use of DORA conditions framework. Secondly, it is developing guidelines on a number of areas that are related to IPTN. We also have bilaterals with the cities every quarter. We receive and study reports from cities. We also monitor expenditure vis-a-vis progress on the ground. For instance, the very related question that was asked, we're able to detect maladministration on the basis of what was happening on the ground. Also, maybe to mention that we also do listen to whistleblowers. So yes, we do have systems in place to ensure that we detect maladministration in the IPTN program. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second follow-up question is from Honorable Presidency. Honorable Presidency.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, welcome to the House. It's good to have our new minister in the House. And as I serve on your select committee that deals with transport, I'll get to know you very well. Minister, the situation in Rustenburg is very similar to the catastrophe in KZN that I represent, where the Transport Department has racked up 27 billion rand in irregular expenditure. This was reported in detail by the Auditor General, but there seems to be little, if any, action taken to date. Like Rustenburg, what will you do to clean house in KZN? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Presidency. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Like I've indicated, we do have these measures that enable us to detect any malfeasance or any maladministration. I've mentioned them. For instance, in Rustenburg, we transferred an amount of 4.1 billion rand for IPTN. We went there to check and we found that there was nothing much on the ground equating, equal to what we actually, the money they'd spent. But also we were informed by the workers that they were not being paid by the major contract. That's how we picked up these things. It's the same thing, and we instituted an investigation, the investigation that is going on. It is the same thing if it happens elsewhere. If we get the information from the honorable member that they believe that there is some maladministration that is happening and it is our money for that matter, then of course we will indeed ensure that we investigate that. I must indicate that we transfer money as the Department of Transport. If it is, for instance, for road and road infrastructure, we transfer money to provinces. But if it is IPTN, Integrated Public Transport Networks, we transfer to municipalities and we make follow-ups on whether they deliver on what they've said. Hence, there is this investigation in Rustenburg, and there's another one in Mangaung. If there's anything in eThekwini, we will definitely investigate that.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The third follow-up question is from Honourable Dutoy, who's on the virtual platform. Honourable Dutoy. Unfortunately, seem to be not to be available. Not unless Honorable Fesser, you can come for his rescue. If you don't have anything, then we'll move to the next one. Honorable De Bruyn. No, thank you. We'll move to the fourth one from Honorable Mokause, who's also on the virtual platform. Honorable Mokause. Mokause, but you can stand for her. No problem, if you have the question. Matebula, standing in for Honorable Mokause.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Minister, this tourism fund seems to neglect entrepreneurs from rural communities and township communities. What plan did your department put in place?
Matebula, we're dealing with transport.
Oh, it's transport, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Honorable members, Honorable Dutoy, it's available on the virtual platform. Let's allow Honorable Dutoy to ask his question. Honorable Dutoy.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, according to you, what measure of responsibility does the provincial legislature and provincial treasury have in this scandal that took place over a 14-year period? And what role did your department play in the planning and rollout and monitoring of the project? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dutoy. Honorable Minister.
I hope I heard the question well. If the question is about why it is the National Treasury that is investigating, it's because National Treasury has the resources and it is easy for them to appoint the investigating team. And that is why we went to National Treasury to say, please appoint an investigating company for us, so that this can happen as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we're following our processes, we'd probably still be procuring. And that is why both Mangaung and what is this, Rustenburg, are already being investigated. The Mangaung one is almost finished. In fact, I think it is finished because I think I've already seen there's a report on my table. And then, of course, this one is about, I think it will be finished before the end of June as per what the National Treasury told us. I hope I heard the question, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we now come to question 6.3, asked by Honorable Broughton Seth. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The question is on repairs of roads that were damaged in KwaZulu-Natal during the April 2022 floods. May I again indicate, Chairperson, that funding to repair infrastructure damaged by April 2022 floods were pronounced during the 2022-23 budget adjustment, and that is October last year. And the amount of 731 million rand from Sanral toll and non-toll portfolio has since been transferred to the province to restore access. Following progress can therefore be reported. All short-term interventions that include to make roads safe, provide deviations and traffic accommodation, and minor failures repairs have been completed. Progress on major repairs is as follows. Is to Umhlanga River Bridge has been completed and now open for traffic. Both Umhlali and Tongati River bridges are on tender stages. The KZN entered into a memorandum of agreement with Sanral to fast track the repairs of the damages to infrastructure. Regarding the waiver on toll fees that was granted by Sanral at Otongati and Mvoti Toll Plaza on the N2 toll route that was suspended to assist communities whose alternative roads were damaged as a temporary measure has now since been reinstated. So indeed, the toll collection resumed on the 1st of April this year. There are also provincial roads that were damaged. Those they include M4 between Twekwini and Zimbali, R104 from Stenga to Mapumolo, and P107 and P102 towards Tilimele to Stenga towards Kwatukuza. They also experienced serious damages, and work is underway to repair all these affected sections of this road, 17 of them, which are part of the provincial strategic network. Both M4 and 102 are now open to traffic. Only P107 and P104 are still closed. However, the contractor is now on site for a construction of P107. Construction in the majority of sites has also started and expected to be completed in August this year. On other provincial roads, provincial road network and district levels, 95 are completed and 45 are at tender stages. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. First follow-up question is from Honorable Proudenseth. Honorable Proudenseth.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, I really want to encourage you to come and visit KZN, because what you're being told, I'm sure by your officials, is not reflecting the reality on the ground. As I stand here with you today, Minister, I can tell you that the N2 at Ngobaba, just north of Nkomas, is still not functional, not fixed. I can tell you the R102 near Nkomas, right by the Nkomas Bridge, is still not fixed. I can tell you that the road between Westbrook and Galito is still not fixed. That was the reason for the closure of that Tollgate Plaza, which, by the way, the House will be interested to know. Sunrail lost 500 million rand in that period, but still the road is not fixed. And also, Minister, you've been incorrectly informed. People going off and onto the highway at that point do not have to pay. So it's only the straight through traffic that is paying. So Sunrail is still leaking funds there simply because they cannot fix that section road between Westport and Belita. Then we've got a really big important hit. The House Chair has been with me on so MR551. That is the road that goes from Shongweni through to Mpumalanga near Hammersdale. That is still not fixed. It is still not fixed to this day. And it's cutting off the people of Mpumalanga near Hammersdale. They have to travel all the way around, and it costs them 3 times the amount of taxi fare because that road is still not fixed. In fact, we even have the tragic case of MEC Peggy Nkonyeni, who was almost killed in a terrible accident, which is a result of potholes and washaways caused by the April floods. That happened some time back. We almost lost our dear MEC as a result of these damages. The point is, Minister, is that there are funds available, there are engineers available, the right staff are available to get this done. But at provincial level, politicians seem to be getting in the way. I need to know from you, Minister, and we'll come with you. Me and the House Chair, we've been there ourselves. What will you do to urgently intervene to try and sort out this mess once and for all? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Proudenseth. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I did mention that P107 and P102 experienced serious damages and work is still underway to repair those two. But also other roads that, also experience serious damages, they still have to be, you need design, you need engineers to go and look at those, come up with designs, go out on tender, and then to have them repaired. What I have actually said is that when the disaster was declared, we looked at those means and ways of saving, of ensuring that people are able to walk and are connected to amenities. And then, of course, we attended to those roads that were easy to repair. But bridges that require major repairs, of course, which also will not want to do whatever haphazard work or shoddy work, they then need and they require extensive investigation and extensive designing, extensive this and that. And that is why there will be bridges that have not been repaired or possibly roads that have not been repaired. But you are specifically mentioning roads. If you can actually give me those specific roads, I can look at those and attend to those if there's a need. But otherwise, for those that require major repairs, of course, you've got to get money, you've got to get people that can do that, you've got to design, you've got to, and so on and so forth. That is the process that we're undertaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second follow-up question is from Honorable Luthuli.
Ngibonge esihlalo Minister umnyango wakho ubonakala for iminyaka neminyaka ubonakala ubafekisha abantu bakaZulu Natal and ama floods ka2022 asikhombisile futhi asiprovela ukuthi imigwaqo yethu ayiphephile kangakanani kaZulu Natal. Umbuzo ke Minister ukuthi isiphi isizathu sibonayo esenza ukuthi kube khona lama delays ukuthi imigwaqo ilungiswe kuze kube manje nanokuthi yipi plan onayo ukuthi ufast track ukuthi lemigwaqo yenziwe nanokuthi yipi assurance ongayinikeza lendlu ukuthi lama contractors asemgwaqweni kuyimanje nalawa asazoba semgwaqweni ukuthi a rebuild lemigwaqo a qualified ukuthi ayenze lemigwaqo futhi ayazi ukuthi kumele ukuthi enzeni nanokuthi Minister ngiyayizwa impendulo zakho ukuthi ukhombisa ukuthi unolwazi ukuthi imigwaqo esiphelile thina ehlala kaZulu Natal angishengoba nje uMinister esho ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable Luthuli. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Water and roads are enemies. Umgwaqo namanzi izitha. That is why nathi la sithe uma ngabe kuba nama floods kuhamba imigwaqo emisha. Aqali manje ukuthi kwenzeke lokho. Ngikhumbula kahle ke ngiyakwazi eKwaZulu Natal. Ngo-1982 kwenzeka kwahamba ama-bridge amakhulu othukela. Kwaphinda futhi kwenzeka lokho kuyaqhubeka kuyenzeka. Isizathu esikhulu okufanele sisibuke ukuthi senze ukuthi amanzi angabi kakhulu emgaqweni. I think izinto esizenzisisayo lezo. Sizamile ukusheshisa. Remember into yomgwaqo idule ayisilula ayisiyimali nje encane. Ukulungisa umgwaqo, ukulungisa ama-bridge kufuna imali njengemali. So yes, imali eba khona ngaleso sikhathi iyakhona ukuthi senze ukuthi abantu bakhone ukuthi mhlawumbe bahambe baye ezikoleni, baye emakliniki, baye kanjalo siphuthuma lokho. Kodwa uma sekuqhubeka sekufanele kwakhiwa ama-bridge, wakhiwa umgwaqo ngempela ukuthi ukhone ukuba umgwaqo eyiquality. Kube sekudinga ke ukuthi kulandelwe indlela ezithize kufike osonjiniyela bazobuka bazobona ukuthi kufanele kwakhiwe kanjani so that mhlawumbe uma sekukuthi kwakhiwa ungaze wakhiwa ube ngcono kunalo okade ukhona kusho futhi ukuthi kufanele siphume sengaphandle siyofuna abasuke bezowakha loyo mgwaqo. Yikho lokho bese kuthi ukuthatha isikhathi nakho futhi kusuke kufanele siyithole phela ngempela nemali ngoba sisuke singekho ready ngokuthi kuzohamba ama-bridge ngaleso sikhathi. Uma kukhona imigwaqo la abantu bafila khona ukuthi hayi kulo bese kuthiwe ulungisiwa ukakalungiswa unginikeza leyo number singahamba siyochecka ngajabula kakhulu kwazi lokho. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The third follow-up question is from Honorable Khai. Honorable Khai.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Minister, there is a number of roads that are still undergoing design processes. What is the reason for it to take this long? And when is the construction expected to begin on these roads? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
It's because, of course, for those you need to procure, you need to go on supply chain processes. You've got to get engineers. You've got to design the bridge. You've got to go out on tender. And then, of course, you've got to build the bridge. And that is why the delay. But also you've got to get resources for such bridges, because you will have not planned to build or to construct that bridge. So you need to get resources. I must indicate that good as we have SANRAL, for instance, that we thought we're going to use, but SANRAL cannot use its resources, for instance, on roads that are not national roads. So it can assist, but it cannot use its own resources because that is against the law. So we've got to get other resources from elsewhere. It can be from the PRMG grant, and then of course, repair the road or build that bridge. So there are quite a number of other issues that are at play when these things happen. And that is why we are happy that at least we are now at the stage where we think in the near future, we will then be able to start with the construction. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The fourth follow-up question is from Honorable Khatebe. Honorable Pongan.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, has your department put mechanisms in place to monitor if the money allocated to provinces is actually used for the desired purpose? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Khatebe. Honorable Minister.
Indeed, we do. Like I indicated earlier on, the DORA framework itself specifies as to what money is for. And that money cannot be used for other things. That's one. But two, before we even transfer money, if we're talking about PRMG, for instance, before we transfer money, we ask provinces to give us their business plans. And then, of course, we look at that. On the basis of that, we then transfer money. But we don't just transfer all the amount. We also check on whether the province is spending that money, but also that it is spending the money on what is in their business plan. But of course, I must indicate that when it comes to roads, provinces are road authorities in their own right. That is in the Constitution. So yes, we monitor. Yes, we follow up on our money, but sometimes even ourselves, we may not necessarily be very happy with the outcome of what is happening. It is a fact of life that in the past 10 years, we actually have transferred something like 106 billion rand to different provinces. And of course, there are many factors at play that probably make the roads to be not in the state we would want them to be. However, we do transfer money and we do monitor how the money is spent. We can do better. We're looking at how else are we going to go to ensure that we monitor the spending of money. Because sometimes we come after everything has happened, and we would want to find means and ways of being proactive in what is happening, to the extent that we have even engineers who can go to sites, to roads that are said to be being under construction using our PRMG.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, we now come to question number 7-8, asked by Honorable Moshodi. I've been informed that Honorable Khai will stand in for Honorable Moshodi. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The question is on restoration of passenger rail services. Can I indicate, Chairperson, that PRASA is currently offering commuter rail services in 4 regions, namely KZN, Gauteng, Western Cape, and the Eastern Cape. For mainline passenger services, 2 lines are operated on a monthly basis and during high peak periods. That is between Johannesburg to Queenstown and Pretoria in Musina. On the 9th of March 2022, the Department of Transport concluded an implementation protocol known as IP with government departments involved in the relocation of illegal occupants in the railway reserve along the Central Line. An intergovernmental steering committee was created in order to bring together all relevant stakeholders to play their respective roles to expedite the relocation. The committee comprises of departments and entities from all 3 spheres of government. That is the Department of Transport at national level, Department of Transport in the province of the Western Cape, Housing Department, Cape Town Municipality as well. PRASA is targeting to have the relocation of communities completed as soon as possible in order to resume services on the remaining sections of the Central Line. Currently, the Central Line is operating from Cape Town to Nyanga, whilst the Intergovernmental Committee is addressing the long-term plan of permanently relocating communities from railway reserves on the line. But of course, PRASA is pursuing temporary measures to enable it to commence with rebuilding the vandalized infrastructure along the line to make it possible to extend services on the Central Line in the Western Cape. These services operate between Nyanga, Chris Hani Station and Nyanga Captain's Clip Station, and these are already operating, and we want to extend them to Kailisha and Philip. I thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. First follow-up question is from Honorable Khai.
Thank you once again, Honorable House Chair and the Minister. What is the role of the community and commuters in trying to resolve the problem of relocation and the securing of the infrastructure against vandalism? Thank you so much.
Thanks, Honorable Khai. Honorable Minister, please respond.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khai. I must indicate that we are engaging, particularly PRASA is engaging communities, and they are doing that in a structured approach. For instance, on the 8th of September last year, government held a signing ceremony for the social compact. And I must also indicate, Chairperson, that there has been quite a number of meetings between the group CEO, a PRASA manager in the Western Cape, and of course the HDA, and these are the people that, in fact, institutions that signed that social compact. And the members and the communities in these areas are more than willing to relocate. The challenge that we are facing is the land to which they need to be relocated. If they can be relocated today, PRASA will continue with the building of that rail infrastructure and ensure that we restore the rail services in that area. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second follow-up is from Honorable Dutoy, who's on the virtual platform. Honorable Dutoy.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, why did your department not act immediately in the removal or the eviction of the individuals when the squatting took place, in spite of the fact that you just stated that land was an issue? And was this failure to act timely to remove these people and repair the rails a political decision or a departmental flaw? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dutoy. Honorable Minister, please respond.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Dutoy. The Department of Transport does not own land, no PRASA. The land that PRASA owns is called rail reserves, and they are not meant for human settlement. If we are to relocate anyone, then of course the relevant departments, including the municipality, for instance, in Cape Town, and the province itself, they've got to give us land so that those people can be relocated. In the absence of land, they remain in our reserves. And of course, they make it impossible for us to continue with what PRASA is there for its core business to provide passenger rail through to the people of South Africa, including ensuring that the infrastructure, the rail infrastructure is in good condition, that they are signaling. That is what we are waiting for people that must assist us with land, people that must assist us with land, I must say again, so that those people can be relocated. They are more than willing for now to be relocated. As PRASA, we are saying, even if they are relocated to a temporary area, and then after that move to a permanent area, we'll be happy because we are ready, PRASA is ready to continue with that project, particularly on the central line. But of course, it will be in other areas where we have people that are occupying rail reserves. It shouldn't happen. We should not have people there. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The third follow-up question is from Honourable Bishop. Honourable Bishop.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Good afternoon, Minister. In light of the potential benefits of decentralizing railway services, such as fostering local economic development, improving accessibility to remote areas, and encouraging regional ownership, how does the Ministry of Transport justify its decision not to pursue the decentralization of railway services? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Bishop. Honourable Minister.
Chairperson, on the issue related to devolution of railway services, the rail policy is clear on what should happen. And I think we are busy with the strategy in that regard. And therefore, we can't just do something like that willy-nilly. There definitely will be people and municipalities that may want that, but find that they are not able to provide such. So yes, we are looking into the rail policy. It was adopted by Cabinet, and it actually tells us exactly as to what it is that needs to happen if we are to devolve rail services. I must also indicate that the question at hand on the relocation of people actually is not dependent on whether rail services are devolved or not. It's just people that informally occupy rail reserves, make it impossible for us to run the services, be it PRASA or anybody else for that matter. So ours for now is to ensure that those people are relocated. And I think this is what we're happy that there are representatives of provinces here. And we actually have been reliably informed that there are land areas to which these people can be relocated. We would beg and request members who are here to ensure that they talk to the provinces, in particular in the Western Cape here, so that we can relocate those people and continue with the infrastructure development. I'm saying and emphasizing this point because with any delay, there is cost involved. Delay in infrastructure build is not free, it is costly. So we want to find ourselves being able to go ahead with this project so that we are able to fund it. Otherwise, the cost will escalate. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The fourth follow-up question is from Honourable Moletsane, who's on the virtual platform. Honourable Moletsane.
I take it, Chair.
Okay, Honourable Motsamai will take it. Honourable Motsamai.
Thank you, Minister. Commuters of Mangaung are traveling daily between Botshabelo and Bloemfontein. Since the residents of both towns request the government to introduce the rail transport to reduce traffic congestion of the N8 National Road, how far is your department to implement this request of Mangaung residents? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Motsamai. Honourable Minister, please respond.
I think I would want to look at the request, but otherwise, like I've indicated, for now, we are providing commuter rail services in 4 regions, that is KZN, Gauteng, Western Cape, as well as Eastern Cape. And if you look at what we are planning to do during this financial year, we also have not accommodated Free State for now. But if there is any request, we can look into the request, and I'm not promising that we're therefore going to provide the services. But if there is a request, we can always entertain the request and look at it and consider what is possible. I'm not sure whether you're talking about a new rail being built, constructed, and rail services being offered to the people in the area. I'm not sure about that. But otherwise, for this financial year, definitely there is in Free State.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, we now come to question number 74, asked by Honorable Hadebe. Honorable Minister, please respond.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The question 74 is on increase on road fatalities. Can I indicate, Chairperson, that the country's road safety program is informed by scientific data as well as provincial dynamics, and it is not a one-size-fits-all approach. The program is determined provincially in a process that is coordinated centrally by the Road Traffic Management Corporation, known as RTMC. Informed by available road crash information, provinces develop plans to address fatal crashes in their specific areas of operation. And this information is then incorporated into the 365 days integrated law enforcement and road safety program. This same process is undertaken when developing heightened plans for peak travel periods, such as the Easter weekend, as well as festive seasons. The integrated plans are then discussed and evaluated at the National Road Safety Steering Committee, attended by all HODs or their representatives, including members of the South African Police Service, as well as Metro Police Chiefs. The deployment of law enforcement officers is further informed by statistics intelligence, as I've indicated, scientific research that has been conducted in collaboration with the academia and other bodies of knowledge, such as CSIR. This intelligence has informed us on where the hazardous locations are in the country and what kind of actions or operations are required. For an example, a particular hazardous location may require visible policing, and another hazardous location may require that a static roadblock be erected. The department ensures that there is consistent in conducting these operations, and the same is the case with educational awareness programs. Furthermore, the 365 days plan is not a one-size-fits-all, Chairperson. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first follow-up question is from Honorable Hadebe. Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, one of the leading causes of road fatalities in the KZN province is the unacceptable road surface and structural condition and the number of unroadworthy vehicles on the roads. I would like to know what responsibility will the government and the department bear when road accidents occur as a result of the government's slow response in fixing and maintaining road infrastructure? And lastly, what improvements will the department make to ensure a higher and more frequent inspection rate of a vehicle's roadworthiness? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Hadebe. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much, Honorable Hadebe. Roadworthiness is done every day. Traffic officers are out there to ensure that vehicles that are on the road are worthy to be on the road. Also, you will know that if you buy a second-hand car, you still have got to go and have it tested, and then it is allowed to be on the road. But can I say, Chairperson, that as a matter of fact, statistics do not confirm what you are saying, sir. 96% of road accidents are as a result of human factors. Coming from the Easter weekend, for instance, 96%. It is only, as a matter of fact, from what you are saying, it is only 4.5% that is as a result of one, engineering factors and environmental factors combined. And if you look even on those, if human factors were to be taken into consideration and seriously, even those would be reduced. It is a problem where people do not abide by the rules of the road, where people drink and drive, where people use cell phone when driving, where people don't buckle up, where people speed, that we have so many fatalities. As a matter of fact, in South Africa, if you look at the hazardous sites that I'm talking about, they are not in the main on potholed roads. They are on our national roads. Those beautiful state-of-the-art world-class roads. That is where we then say we have hazardous locations. It is on the N2, on the N1. It is on the N4 to Mpumalanga, N1 to Polokwane, where people die most. And if you look at those, on those roads, there are no potholes whatsoever. But what people do, they drive as if they are the only ones who own cars. They don't battle up, they drink and drive, and so on and so forth. So yes, it's a fact that we've got to ensure that all roads that are on our, vehicles that are on our roads are roadworthy. We do that. We have traffic officers on our roads. They are visible, they check on speed, but of course, it's about human factor, 96%.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second follow-up question is from Honorable Baha. Honorable Baha.
Ngosi House Chair. Minister, one of the primary reasons for fatal accidents in South Africa is the overburdening of existing road infrastructure by trucks. This explosion of the trucking industry is primarily due to the failure of the freight rail system under the watch of your government. What urgent interventions will you make to start the shift of freight transport back to the rail and bring the trucking industry to heel in terms of safety standards? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Baha. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The mushrooming of trucks on the roads in South Africa has history. And as a matter of fact, it is not this government that is responsible for that. 1986, the apartheid government put in place a commission that was led by a man called De Villiers to check and investigate on whether it is fine and proper for government to continue to invest on rail. At the time, the apartheid government was actually spending something like 6 billion rand, and 6 billion rand at that time was a lot of money. That man, who is not very intelligent, informed the government that it is not necessary to invest on rail. By 1994, the apartheid government was already spending something like 600 million rand from 6 billion rand, because it took that report to be the gospel truth. Combined with that, then the apartheid government deregulated the transportation of goods on the roads. So on this side, you are not investing on rail infrastructure. On the other side, you are deregulating the transportation of goods. The combination of that brought what we are seeing today, the mushrooming of trucks on the roads, because you have got the rail infrastructure that was not renovated, that was not refurbished over years in South Africa. We came into government, and I think for quite some time, we did not then decide to reverse that decision. And that is why we are here we are today. So it is not this government that actually is responsible for stupid decisions. It is that commission that said to the government, don't invest on rail infrastructure. And the rail infrastructure deregulated. That is what happened in South Africa. That is the history of railways in South Africa. You can just go and Google that. It is there. That is what happened. However, we agree with you that the number of trucks, particularly on the road between Durban and Johannesburg, that corridor, it is too high And the N3 can no longer accommodate that. And that is why we are saying we've got to move with speed towards ensuring that we actually move freight from road to rail. But there is history to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The third follow-up question is from Honorable Lutuli, who's on the virtual platform. Honorable Lutuli.
Ngibonge babunyambi. Mphathisa Mnyango, ngiyajabula ukuthi uyavuma ukuthi ama-trike abonakala emaningi kakhulu emgwaqweni. But Minister, iKwaZulu Natal sinamahaba awu-2 amakhulu nabhizi kakhulu, eyodwa eseKingcetshwayo kwi-region eseKingcetshwayo, enye eseThekwini ku-Metro. And ama-trucks ahamba kulo mgwaqo maningi ngale ndlela exaka usathane, okungezinye zeyimbangela zeyingozi esiyibona emgwaqweni. And Minister, umgwaqo yethu engadesignelwe ukuthi ithwale ama-heavy duties amangaka. So iziphi inhlelo ezikhona ukuthi sisheshise ukuthi ama-trucks ancishiswe emgwaqweni ukuze sikwazi ukugwema zonke lezi zingozi? Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you, Honorable Lutuli. Honorable Minister.
Ukhona kufanele ngiphendule question. Kodwa kahle hle umubuka nge-freight rail. Ibifanele iphendulwe yenye department. Thina kwa transport, we are the receiving department of probably the failure of rail freight to operate so that we can then remove the freight from our rail, from our road to rail. What we're considering now as a way which we think it is within us is also to consider some cargo that is air friendly. It's not a lot, but we are actually looking at the air cargo so that we probably can remove some. But also we are talking to our counterparts, that is the Transnet, to say, for instance, the Durban-Johannesburg corridor, today as it is, we are informed that even without anything, it can still accommodate not less than 20 to 30 trains without you doing much on it. And we're thinking that if possible, that should be considered and be done, because it doesn't matter the extension and expanding that we are doing on the N3, but the number of trucks is way too much for those roads, way too much for the N2. In fact, coal should definitely not be on the road. I agree fully with that. It should not be on the road. It is not a road-friendly freight. It is a rail-friendly freight, and it should be on rail. I know for sure that there are measures that are being taken to ensure that more trains are being bought or procured, so that we have more on that corridor between Emelo, in particular in Mpumalanga, and what is the Richards Bay. I fully agree with you. This is putting a lot of pressure on our roads. SANRAL will definitely not be able to keep up with the pace of renovating and renewing and reconstructing and maintaining roads every year because of the number of trucks on those corridors. I agree fully. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The fourth follow-up question is from Honorable Tango, Honorable Ambassador.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the response. How does the implementation of an integrated national safety plan assist in the intention of the department to address fatal crashes on the roads? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Tango. Honorable Minister, please respond.
If I were to talk to, yes, the issue of a safety plan. Firstly, it is an integration that lifts up elements that include ownership and buy-in to the plan by all role players. So that is the important principle. And it is also a common understanding that when you are part of a program, you will do everything in your power to make sure that whatever you do is collectively succeeds, and also that results are being achieved. The intention of implementing a plan to address fatal crashes by the department is to ensure that everybody is, of course, responsible for prevention of road crashes. And therefore, we say all hands are indeed on deck. I say this against the backdrop and background that if we don't do anything, of course, we're going to have quite a number of accidents happening. Having said that, it must be borne in mind that government or department working alone will not be able to fight and prevent road fatalities. It is for this reason that we do have this national safety plan that includes all role players, so that together we can then come up with, in fact, we can actually prevent accidents from happening. There are quite a number of reasons why we have accidents. In provinces, for instance, you will have stray animals being the cause of accidents. You've got many other reasons that actually are responsible for accidents. And that is why we need ourselves, we need communities, we need the private sector, and we need everybody to form part of the plan. And that is what the National Safety Plan is all about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, we now come to question number 6.5, asked by Honorable Browden-Seth. Honorable Minister, please respond.
Thank you. Question number 5. 65 is on presence or efficacy of RTI. Can I therefore state that the Department of Transport has 365 days Arrive Alive program? And of course, this action plan, it has got also an action plan, which I've already referred to. It is known as National Road Safety Strategy. In fact, it implements the National Road Safety Strategy. The National Safety Strategy itself is anchored on the United Nations Decade of Action for Road Safety, which commenced in 2011 and ended in 2020. However, UN decided to extend it to end in 2030. And this is aligned with our local NDP timeframes and of course, our National Road Safety Strategy. South Africa is a signatory to the UN Decade of Action. 365 days Arrive Alive Action Plan is anchored on 5 pillars of the UN Decade of Action for Road Safety, as well as our NRSS. That is road safety management, safer mobility, safer vehicles, safer road users, and post-crash responses. In our case, the plan is integrated, it's collaborated, and is collective. It also is in the main looking at stabilizing, then reducing the high rate of fatalities. That's what UN said, that it expects countries that they will first stabilize road crashes, and then of course after that, they will be reduced. We are believing that we can achieve that, difficult as it is. Ours, of course, is anchored on education, training and awareness for all road users, law enforcement of road traffic rules, safer infrastructure, using modern technology to curb fatalities, road safety management as well. The crash that happened on the N3, as it is also questioned here, in KZN is indeed regrettable. And it was the only major crash reported for the past Easter weekend. To enforce road safety program, in April 2023, we have augmented the traffic law enforcement officers by 257 graduates who qualified with the NQF level 6 qualification for traffic officers. And we're hoping that this too is going to add on the numbers of our traffic officers on the roads. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first follow-up question is from Honorable Browden-Seth. Honorable Browden-Seth.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Minister, once again, I must agree with you. You earlier, in your response to an earlier question, you said the problem on our roads is driver behavior, and you're quite correct. It is driver behavior. And in another question, my colleague, Honorable Bacher, touched on trucks. And we know that there's a massive driver behavior problem with trucks as well. So the thrust of the question is that, and once again, like the roads we discussed earlier in KZN, I really need to encourage you to come to the problems. Because the reality in KZN, the RTI in KZN, is that there are reports that they are understaffed, underpaid, and unable to claim overtime. So as a result, you very seldom see them on the roads in the evening. There is also a reality, Minister, is that there are no breathalyzer devices in KZN, none at all. So it's very, very difficult to shut down drinking and driving things. So the question that I have for you is, will you admit that KZN, certainly the RTI in KZN, transport in KZN is lawless, and that the provincial department has failed, and that it's time for the MEC to resign? Or do you think it's just a better idea that you hand over to a DA government who actually know how to run transport? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think the question is politicking.
Yeah.
I don't appoint MECs. And I think the MEC that we have in KZN is new. And I don't think it is fair to, at this moment, say he's doing or not doing anything well or not, or whatever. He's new, MEC Shomoka. As a matter of fact, I was with her during the Easter week. I was with him during the Easter weekend, and he was in other parts of KZN, ensuring that the road safety program is being implemented. I think we can strengthen that in the province, because historically that is one province. If you talk about KZN, that is one province that was very strong on law enforcement. I would drive from Mpumalanga. When I go to Falcrest, I will stop and check everything about my car, because I would know that there are traffic officers and they will stop me. And indeed, they will be there. And I think we can improve, we can do better. And I think that's what went into many people's mind. I still do it even today. And they will be there, as a matter of fact. I think knowing, because I drive in KZN, if you drive past Ladysmith, there will be traffic officers. They will be doing their good work. They don't take any bribe. They issue notices as they are supposed to do. That also will happen along the bridge of Escort under Loskop Road. They will be there again doing their work, sometimes day and night. And if you proceed along the road before you reach Moy River, you are likely to find others. So yes, there is some good work that is happening, but I think we can improve. Our take is that we actually declare traffic policing an essential service, so that we can then have 24/7 services in this regard. Of course, we are discussing this and negotiating even with everybody, including the unions, so that we can have, because we believe if on the roads people die, then surely the services that has to prevent and protect people on the road is supposed to be an essential service. And that is what we think we should achieve as soon as possible. Of course, the resources are required. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The second follow-up question is from Honourable Dutoy on the virtual platform.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Minister, with the subject of the question being the presence and efficiency of the RTI, are there any measures or prescripts in place to ensure that these officials need to comply with to ensure their mental and physical health throughout the duration of the employment, and how often are they assessed to ensure that they're both mentally and physically fit to perform their duties? And if not, what are the relevant details?
Thank you, Honourable Dutoy. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I find it difficult to hear the exact question from Honourable Dutoy. But if it is about members of the traffic policing being fit and proper, we think they are fit and proper. Remember, when they are trained, they've got to meet the requirements. And their requirements and the criteria is not just a criteria that is set by anybody, but it is in the legislation. For instance, the issue of age, that it should be a person who's under 35 years old. It's in the legislation. That, of course, we have got to recruit and people must be fit and proper. We also do that. You will know that sometimes people will exercise, they will run, they will do this before they are taken. Indeed, that is happening. With the new curriculum that we are, in fact, rolling out the NQF level 6 curriculum, we believe that we might continue now, we might be actually training people that are much better prepared to do the work. We're hoping that they will also not be tempted to take anything, whether it is called 2T or whatever. They will not be tempted to do that. We think the 3-year training will give us a better cadre of traffic officers that will do their work with honesty and integrity, but that will be fit for purpose. We think we're going to have that, but I'm not very sure, Chairperson, I'm really struggling to hear these questions. As a result, I'm not very sure whether when I respond to his question, I'm responding to the question. I just hear one word, and then of course I take it, it probably is about the question. I apologize if I'm not responding to his questions properly. I apologize for that.
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Dutoy.
Honorable Chair, if the minister is struggling to hear, I can repeat this in English again or in Afrikaans, or I can try Fanagalo.
Oh, come to the house.
Honorable Dutoy. Honorable Dutoy, the minister got your question properly. Let's go to the third follow-up question is from Honorable Lutuli, who's on the virtual platform. Honorable Lutuli.
Ngibonge sihlalo. Mphathiswa somnyango, kuyangijabulisa ukuthi ukudrive KwaZulu Natal futhi ngempela ama RTI kule mzila oyishoyo abonakala emaningi futhi ewenza umsebenzi wawo. Angiqondile ukuthi ngizwakale sengathi imibuzo yami yonke i-based kuma trucks, kodwa isivinini ama trucks ahamba ngaso KwaZulu Natal kubonakala sengathi kuzomela ukuthi umnyango wakho ubhekisise ukuthi sehliswa kanjani le speed limit sabo ababonakala begijima ngaso. Nakho ke nje ukuthi ke phela ama trucks maningi. Mhlawumbe uma ngase uminister asitshene kulendlu ukuthi yiziphi mhlawumbe izinto angazenza ukuthi lezi zincomo esizenzayo akwazi ukuthi ay fast track asinikeze noma mhlawumbe time frame yakho. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you, Honorable Tuli. Honorable Minister.
Che okunye kuyenzeka, ngiyabonga Honorable Luthuli. Okunye kuyenzeka already. Siyaba nawo ama traffic officers ama emgaqweni a check speed. And leso speed kungaba ese truck, kungaba ese moto encane. And uma sibuka emgaqweni yethu kunama speed limits. So yes, ayaba khona ama traffic officers akwenze lokho. But like I say, angeke ku 10 kilometer njengamanje sibe ne traffic officer. That is why kokunye sisebenzisana even nenkampani ezikhona ikakhulukazi zama trucks. Ngikhuluma ngeinkampani ezise South Africa esizaziyo nama associations esiwaziyo esihlalayo nawe siwacela ukuthi nawo awenze sure ukuthi o driver babo uma baphuma 1 bayakwazi ukudriver, 2 bayasazi speed limit, and 3 bayakwazi ukubuka isimo esisemgaqweni ukuthi sisho ukuthi yehlisa ispeed noma ngabe kuthiwa ke ispeed limit sakho besithi driver ngo 60 kilometers. Kodwa uma isimo sithi yehlisa kufanele ukwenze lokho. Ngiyavuma kufanele ukhathazeke from a KZN ngama trucks because maningi. Nami ngiyakuvuma lokho. Noma ukhuluma ngo N4, ngo N2 oya Richards Bay, maningi ama trucks ahamba lapho ehambisa amalahle. Noma ukhuluma ngawo eya eThekwini, esuke eThekwini ehamba eya eGauteng, maningi. Futhi iqiniso ukuthi uma iTheku njengoba sifisa ukuthi kwenzeke ku-improveka iservice yalo khona, sifuna ukuthi vele amazwe alethi impahla eThekwini, kusho ukuthi impahla okufanele zihanjiswe kuleyo corridor ikakhulukazi zizokwanda kakhulu. Lokho vele kusho yona lebesiqale kuyo ukuthi kufanele sihambe ngokusheshsha ekutheni izitimela zisuse impahla okufanele zingabi bikho emgaqweni zingene ezitimeleni. Amalahle asuke emgaqweni angene ezitimeleni. Lokho ngiyavumelana kufanele vele kube ne-concern. In fact, akuyona i-concern yakho kuphela. Kuyi-concern yethu nathi kwi-Department of Transport, because our state-owned company, which is still doing some good job, Sandra, if nothing is done about that, it may actually impact negatively on it, because it may not necessarily have all the money. With the Sandral Road, it is expensive to construct the Sandral Road. The constructions that are happening, for instance, between Pietermaritzburg and Durban right now as we speak, they run into billions of rands, not anything less than 19 billion rand. And that is not to start that road from scratch, but just to ensure that it is upgraded, that it is maintained, that it is able to carry, but also that some lanes are added. We will not be in a position to continue adding lanes. So yes, I agree fully with you that we have got to act now. We can't delay. It is necessary that it is happening. And that is why we are engaging our counterparts in the Transnet to ensure, at least because we have enough evidence that even with the road, with the rail infrastructure as it is now, you can increase the number of trains. Let's just do that. And then, of course, revitalize and modernize that corridor. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The fourth follow-up question is from Honorable Mima. Honorable Mima.
Thank you, House Chair Nyambi, for the opportunity, and also let me express a word of gratitude to the Minister for the manner in which she has responded. Honorable Minister, except for the deployment of traffic law officials, what else does the department do to curb accident in the accident-prone areas? Is there any public awareness campaigns? Is there any engagement with critical stakeholders to ensure that we bring hope to the road users and commuters that indeed, as the ANC-led government, there is work that we are doing? Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Mima. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. It is true that awareness campaigns, we do them. We go to schools, wherever we go, when we have events as the Department of Transport for whatever nature. It could be that you are attending an aviation event, but we bring the issue of road safety as well. So yes, we're working together with schools, we're working together with a private sector. Distel, for instance, has come on board with us to actually spread the gospel of not drinking and driving. We have other private sector companies that are working with us. They allow us to go to their garages, for instance, along the main routes, so that we stop those who are buying whatever that have stopped in those garages. We talk to them. So there's quite a lot that we are doing in as far as that is concerned. Of course, also, like I've said, we would want to see the traffic policing being declared an essential service, like I've said, so that we can then have those 24/7, that is during night and day. Because all said and done, we still have got to enforce the law so that people know that when they don't behave on the road, they will be found, and of course, there will be consequences. We are also trying to introduce issues of technology in dealing with road safety so that these messages are sent out. We're talking to other modes of transport, for instance, that when you are in an aircraft and you are about to leave the aircraft, the message that says, it also says immediately now you will be a road user, and please ensure that you abide by the rules of the road. So there's quite a lot that we are trying to introduce, but what is important is for the people of South Africa to work together with us, because if we do it alone, of course, we not win this war. The fact of the matter, Chairperson, is that any South African who drives on the road has actually undergone training, written the examination, undergone training to drive, given a certificate in the form of a driving license. It's only then that you are said you can then go and drive. And therefore, we can't say this, as a matter of fact, somebody who is on the road and driving who do not know what to do on the road. I'm not talking about people who probably might buy driving licenses, but I'm talking about what is happening on our roads. And we are begging again that we continue, all of us, even members who are here, to preach the gospel of road safety, wherever we go in our churches and everywhere, ourselves and our children, particularly because in South Africa, the statistics is telling us that people who are dying are young boys, who many are from institutions of higher learning, who are fortunate enough to get employment and who are breadwinners, able to buy a car, and they die on Saturday, early hours of the morning, coming from whatever that they were doing during the night. And the family that was now used to getting a mother who for the first time got 5,000 rand from this son will now have to bury the son. And that is why we are saying it's a message for all of us to our children first and to our communities and neighbors to say, thank you very much. We congratulate you for the car. But remember, you are not the only one who's got a car on the road. There are about 13 million cars in South Africa and so many drivers, and you are joining those. And therefore, please abide by the rules of the road. So yes, this is the same message that we're sending out. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, we now come to question number 80, asked by Honourable Mama Rohane. Honourable Minister, please respond.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The question is program to repair potholes. I just want to state, Chairperson, that the road needs study of 2010 revealed that the provincial road network has reached its design life. And in fact, it is developing different networks failures, including potholes. I'm talking about the road network in South Africa. Between 2011 and 2012, a road construction summit was convened to address the issues identified by that study. Afterwards, there was a need to identify fund dedicated for the maintenance of the provincial roads called Samba Sonke. To this end, the Department of Transport has since invested more than 100 billion rand to rehabilitate provincial roads, including pothole eradication. My predecessor, Minister Fikile Mbalula, actually had to upscale the refurbishment and pothole eradication program that was launched on the 8th of August 2022. As a sector, the country has to date, through a concerted effort by SANRAL and provinces, closed about 1.2 million potholes. Within the limited funding at our disposal, with the PRMG, which is Provincial Road Maintenance Grant, cannot address all the challenges of failures of the aging road network and its potholes. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The first follow-up question is from Honourable Mama Rohane. Mama.
Baba. Mangibonge, Honorable House Chairperson. Kibuye happy ke leboge, Honourable Minister, for your response to my question. Honourable Minister, please highlight some of the successes of the Vala Zonke pothole fixing program. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I must indicate, Chair, that our roads are in a bad state, some of them. But following the launch of the program on the 8th of August, as I've mentioned last year, among some of the noticeable successes of the program These are the following. The development of a close working relationship by national department with provinces and municipalities to address the poor state of roads in the country. The profiling of the road network, and of course, bringing together of various road authorities to work in a harmonious and harmonized way. Development of centralized platform for members of the public, road users to report potholes through the mobile app, which we actually established. And therefore, members of the public, when they see a pothole, those who have actually downloaded this app, they then give us the information and the location. And when we're able to locate the pothole, we then send that information to the road authority. Work is in progress to verify and upload the road network data. And of course, we're hoping that we're going to have this done as quickly as possible. The Valazonke approach to potholes is fostering collaboration across all spheres of government and coordinating of expertise and resources to fill all potholes by creating a well-engineered sort of approach. And I think that is what we have achieved through that strengthened and heightened approach in closing of the potholes. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The second follow-up question is from Honourable Hatebe. Honourable Hatebe.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Minister, we often see that when a pothole is repaired, that at the first hit of rain, it opens up again. I would like to know, under what conditions does the department determine that potholes or road ruptures require full road resurfacing instead of a filling in the pothole? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. It is true, Honorable Hatebe, that in fact, even yourself, you can see a properly patched pothole. If it is just round, they will tell me, it means it's not properly patched. It has got to be cut properly and then filled properly. That is, if you close the pothole, that's what they've taught me. So even yourself as an ordinary member, if you're not an engineer, you can always say that this pothole, definitely first rain, is going to be washed away just by the shape they say. That's what they've taught me. That's that. But also, I must indicate that yes, some of the roads can no longer, you can't even patch them. The state is such that you need just to remove everything and start from scratch. That requires money. The problem, of course, like I've said, is if you construct the road, but you don't have budget for the maintenance of that very road, then of course it doesn't live its life. It gets eroded easily, it develops potholes easily, and if you don't act well on time, because I'm told a pothole is a symptom of a problem. If you don't act on time, then of course the following day that road will require more resources, and that is where we are. But let me just mention that our road network in South Africa is 750,000 kilometers. That puts us at number 10 in the world. And if you look at the countries that are ahead of us, are big economies. You're going to be talking about your US, your India, your China, your Brazil, your Russia. They follow in that shape, your France, your Canada, your Australia, your Mexico, and at number 10 is South Africa. If you look at the next country after South Africa in the continent is Nigeria at 195,000. That is almost equal to our paved network, because our paved network today, we are at 159,000 kilometers. The country as big as Nigeria is at 109. So if you were to take 159,000 kilometers to Nigeria, almost all their roads will be paved. It's not like that in South Africa. So yes, we have got a long road network. We're not going to wake up the following day and have all our roads paved. Of course, we would want to have all our roads in a good state, particularly those that are paved and properly maintained. But we only have 13 billion rand for this financial year, spread to 9 provinces. It's not for one province, spread to 9 provinces. And those 9 provinces, each one of them has to attend to its network. Some it's paved, others they paved as they are. They require maintenance, they require rehabilitation. Others, they are gravel as they are. They also require maintenance. We also have been told about at least a durable material called nano, and we are testing that on gravel roads. We hope that it's going to assist us to have, even if it is gravel road, but those roads to be durable so that they can live longer than what is happening, but also in a good state of life. We're not going to wake up and have all our roads. As a matter of fact, only 21% of our roads are paved, that is a tarred blacktop. The rest, 79, is gravel road. It's not South Africa alone. Even the countries that I've mentioned, 6.8 million kilometers, 2.5 is gravel. I'm talking about big economies. 2.5 million kilometers is gravel. We're trying our level best being a developing countries. I agree fully with you. We've got to maintain our roads. We've got to close potholes. We've got to make them. And our people, when they don't have water, they must not ban our roads. It should not be known that if you drive along Wheatbank, when there is no water in the township, N4 will be bent and be dug. It can't be correct because that is too costly. Roads are very costly. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The third follow-up question is from Honourable Matebula. Honourable Matebula.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Minister, one of the many frustrations that motorists face on South African roads is the danger of potholes, which often lead to deadly crashes. Yet, this department has been slow in providing long-term solution on fixing potholes, as well as we have not seen much progress, even with the Valazonke program launch last year. When can the resident of Limpopo expect proper and safer roads in Limpopo province? And how often will the minister inspect the work done on fixing potholes? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Matebula. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Limpopo province has paved and gravel roads. And I think because they have an entity that is responsible for the road maintenance, if you look at the kilometers in terms of the paved roads, there is some improvement. Not where they're supposed to be, but there is some improvement. But when you look on the gravel roads in Limpopo, they are indeed in a bad shape. And that is exactly what we think we need to attend to. There will be gravel roads that probably can be paved, but there will be gravel roads that will not be paved because of the resources that they have. Like I've said, 13 billion rand, that has to be shared to the 9 provinces of South Africa. So Limpopo is not going to get anything less than R1 billion or even less than R1 billion, for instance, for this financial year. Is it enough for the road network that the province is having? Not at all. But of course, at least Limpopo also is budgeting from its equitable share some money for road maintenance. But even that combined, is it enough and adequate for the roads in Limpopo? Definitely yeah, no. However, I fully agree with you. We have got to ensure that we patch potholes. We've got to ensure that where possible, we maintain roads. We've got to ensure that our gravel roads that we cannot pave at the moment, but they too are maintained. Because some of the paved roads that we're talking about are provincial roads, major roads that are connecting towns to towns, connecting human settlements, big human settlements to towns, connecting people to heritage sites. So they are major roads that, if properly maintained, can contribute in the economic growth of that province and that part of the country. So yes, I fully agree with you. However, we don't have enough and adequate resources. If we were to have them, believe you me, the following day we'd have 100% of our roads paved. We don't have the resources. You pave it, unfortunately, even after paving it. Even the work that we're doing on our national road, we still have to have a budget for maintenance. So it's maintenance, it's construction, it's gravel road. With the money that I'm talking about, even if the 13 billion rand was meant for one province, it will still not be enough.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The fourth follow-up question is from Honourable Mikalakis, who's on the virtual platform.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Thank you, Minister. Minister, any properly qualified engineer will tell you that the resurfacing of roads are vital to prolong their lifespan to prevent potholes. The Free State government won't know this because they only have one properly qualified engineer. I exposed this recently. Now, the official data available shows that in 1994, in the Free State, the budget for resurfacing and regraveling immediately plummeted when the ANC took over and has stayed unrealistically low for the last 29 years under the ANC. Honorable Dango today reminded us earlier that we are not a federal state, so you can't only blame the provinces without the national government. Can you, as Minister, please tell us, how has this, the severe cutting of the budget for resurfacing roads over the last 30 years, how has this happened under the watch of the ANC? Thank you.
Thank you
Sorry,
very much.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. The advantage that the government before 1994 had is that all the budget was meant for some people. So all that they needed was just to ensure that there are roads in Bloemfontein and nothing in the townships. I just want to remind you, Botshabelo, there would be nothing, it will be just gravel roads. I just want to remind South Africans that we had one international boxer in South Africa called Dingan Tobel. He would go around and say, I am the rose of Soweto. I come from the dusty streets of Soweto. He would say that because Soweto as it was, the township, Botshabelo township as it was gravel. So you're talking about the budget, it was meant for you, say, never for me. I never drove on a gravel road in my area. It was not meant for me.
So you didn't use a provincial road, Minister? You never used the national road before 1994?
Honourable Minister, Honourable Mikalakis, you were respectfully allowed to raise your question. Now let's allow the minister to respond.
The fact of the matter is that we are balancing needs. You paid nothing for me for my education. This government is paying for all children in South Africa. So it was possible for you to have as much budget as you really needed because it was meant for you and your children. Despite all that, you still have your leader who's a grade 12 with all the chances that he had to go to school and get whatever qualifications. That is a fact. You still have a white leader who is a grade 12. I don't have a grade 12. Despite the difficulties that I had and the money that was never allocated for my education. So we are balancing needs as this government. Remember that. So it's not only about roads, it's not only about it's about schooling, it's about food, it's about children, it's about clinics, it's about everything for everybody. That is what we are doing as this government. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Honourable members, order. As we allow the Honourable Minister of Transport to take her beautiful seat. Honourable order members. Honourable members, two quick things. The first one, Honourable Minister Chikunga, Minister of Transport, on behalf of Tata Masondo and Mam Lucas, the leadership of the NCOP, we would like to thank you for availing yourself to take this important session question. You were physical in the platform. We're not taking that for granted. That's what we encourage for members of the cabinet. And thank you for coming and taking questions. The second issue, honorable members, can you listen carefully? The second issue, I'm not going to be inviting some hands or a discussion. Discussion will be organized by Wipari, then taken to Tatema Sondo and the deputy chair as the leadership of the institution, but there's no trans match. When we organized for the economic cluster, it was supposed to be electricity, tourism, and transport, 3 departments. But for unforeseeable circumstances that are beyond the control of the other minister, she thought it's going to be on the earlier slot. Today, there's tourism in Durban. So the tourism in Daba in Durban. So the plan was her to come earlier so that she can have the later engagement. So for that reason, it's impossible to have the session. But because she had all the responses written, it will be us deciding whether we reschedule or we're going to rely on whatever best way to handle the situation. But that makes now to take this opportunity to thank all ministers, MECs, special delegates, councillors, present even on virtual platform, and honorable delegates. That concludes the business of the day. The House is adjourned.
Sorry, on a point of order. No.
They run away because they know.
It's strange to hear that
Recording
there's
stopped.
tourism in that side. Maybe it's apartheid's fault, according to the minister. Blaming everything on apartheid, not taking responsibility.